Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP29 in solidarity for a green world.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP29 in solidarity for a green world.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And a global namaste to everyone here. Welcome to our Healing Our Earth episode. We are dedicating today's special episode on COP29, a very popular, a very trendy subject right now. And you're going to get a chance to meet some amazing guests who are going to throw some light on subjects relating to the COP29 climate action, or as well as, of course, how we're going to be protecting our planet in the future. Before we start, I am Dr. Hani Kalaria, your senior host for today. And at the same time, I think before we start our special program, it may be a good idea to start off with a special prayer like we always do. So with that, I'd like to say a global namaste. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Gurudev Namaha. Thank you. So, with that, I always believe there's a guru element out there. We're not just talking about saints and wonderful teachers, spiritual teachers, but our guru is also the whole universe, the earth. Mother Earth teaches us so much. Our Mother Earth is also our guru. When we do one thing wrong, Mother Earth teaches us that this is how you need to behave to help to bring balance and harmony to the world. So today, without much further ado, I'd like to invite my first guest, Miss Kailash Parekhji. She's amazing. She is one of the co-founders for LEAP, and LEAP is an environmental organization. Actually, instead of me mentioning a little bit more about this, let me invite and say global namaste to Kailashji and invite her to share some words about what she does.
Okay, namaste, global namaste to everyone, and thank you so much for inviting us today. I'm here accompanied by my co-director, the founding member, Dr. Shona Pal, who's here, and also acknowledge my other co-director, Dr. Richa Soni. Unfortunately, she can't make it today. Again, we have a very special guest, one of our participants, an active participant, Mr. Deepak Valand, and Mrs. Savannah Dabble, and our youth ambassador, Rachel Davil, who are also going to be contributing today. So I'd like to ask and invite Dr. Shona Pal, my co-founder, member of LEAP, to say a few words first to explain.
Absolutely. And before we invite a very global namaste to dear Dr. Shona Pauji, I just wanted to also congratulate you because LEAP is an organization that has been put forward for so many awards for the wonderful work you're doing. So before we move on, I just wanted to congratulate the whole team for the real great work that LEAP is doing in bringing environmental initiatives forward and making sure that the communities are being, I would say, educated, and you're bringing awareness to this really important topic. So just a big congratulations from the whole of the Healing Our Earth team and myself, of course.
Namaste, Dr. Kalaria. Thank you so much. Honey Ji, as we, most, lovingly call her. So, thank you so much for being part of this journey. We really, really, appreciate your love and support. And of course, we are very proud about, having been kind of put forward for this Green Award, because it's not just us, but we have, the LEAP Voice of Youth, who are this wonderful group of, young people who, on a voluntary basis, they give up their time, do so much for sustainability. And I think Dr. Parekh will be speaking about this later. But just, kind of to touch on that. I just wanted to see, basically, I'm not getting the option to share my screen here. Could you just see if that's maybe something that's been, could be enabled?
Yes.
You are a co-host, so you can share your screen. You're a co-host.
Right, it's doesn't seem
Just
to be
try again. Go at the bottom. There is a green button. Try again. You are a co-host.
Yeah, the options I seem to have here at the moment are basically the participants chat, reaction, security, AI companion, and more. And more basically doesn't have any sharing options. I was just
At the bottom of the screen, do you see the green arrow with the share screen? At the bottom of your taskbar, look at the bottom.
If you move your mouse, arrow a little bit, it'll come up. It'll pop up. It's normally goes away. So if you move your mouse, it may come up. So whilst you're looking for that, Kailash Ji, today you mentioned that you have these various wonderful guests who are going to be contributing, sharing about the environment. Well, why do you think this is so important, the environmental issues, especially discussing such subjects at this moment in time?
I mean, climate change is a really big topic. As you know, we just had the COP29 conference. Again, it's an issue that's going to affect everybody. It's not just individual, but the whole community, the whole earth. And so we all have a collective responsibility. And we as LEAP are doing our little bit, to contribute to this. And in a little while, Dr. Pal is going to talk about the mindset, how important our mindset is changing, making those little changes, those habits can have a huge difference to our environment, and making our planet more sustainable. And like I said, we are doing our best.
Yeah, I agree with this, Kailash, because before I became aware about ensuring that we protect our resources, we all go through this evolvement process where you learn a little bit, then you learn a bit more, then you learn a bit more, and then you start thinking, oh my God. So nowadays, I don't waste things. I make sure, that before you would have just thrown things away. Now I make sure it goes to the charity shop. I make sure somebody else uses the actual resources. So even you're absolutely right. When you have the right mindset in place, it's not about being, it's just being, I would say, frugal, making sure that money is being spent and resources are being used in the best, most efficient way, and not wasted, because it's unnecessary burden on our Mother Earth as well. And what do you think of the COP29? I'm sure Dr. Shona Pal will mention when she's ready with her little presentation. But up till then, I may just ask you one or two more questions. What do you think of the COP29, where all the leaders from around the world have gathered, all the, I would say, decision makers, policy makers, as well as, of course, normal people who are interested, our general public who are interested interested in the environmental and climate field. What was your thoughts on COP29? Do you think it's important to have such events, and what outcome would you be expecting from it?
I think first and foremost, it's really heartening to see that everybody's coming together. They're taking this issue seriously. So it's not just one country or another, but globally, we're all coming together and we're all concerned. And I think that is what, for me, that is the best thing forward, coming together, talking about it, how we can move forward. Obviously, there are going to be issues and things that people, want. For example, they want more resources, more money. And, especially I was reading an article saying, I think it was in Africa, where they think, they were going to walk out because they're not putting the money where their mouth is. And I think this is the kind of topics and issues that need to be aired and talked about so that we can all collectively come together and resolve and move forward, I think. So it's good that we are having these conferences and we are talking about real issues that affect all of us. Eventually it's going to catch up with us. So we need to make those changes now for a better future.
Absolutely. Wonderful. I believe our Dr. Shona, are we ready?
I'm afraid I still can't, find the share button. What I'll do is I'll talk through the presentation. And after that, we were planning for us to go straight on to Dr. Parekh. Because basically, I think maybe a good idea for me to send the presentation on to yourself or Neil Kumar ji to share, because, I'm just not getting the option here. Then I'm sorry, apologies that, it's kind of last minute, but, I didn't expect it to throw this at me because I've been on uncountable number of Zoom presentations.
Sure.
But yeah, so, and then, so perhaps, if I do that and then Dr. Parekh can, kind of, because her slides will need to be shown, like mine can kind of, I can talk through it because it's more, question based.
No
but are you happy with that? Are you all right with that?
Yeah, Dr. Shonapal, I'm going to pass you on to Kailashi. Kailashi, the floor is all yours. So please go ahead and answer and go through any presentations. I will be here. You can invite me to come on, join you whenever you want. Otherwise, I'll be listening very carefully.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm just going to invite Dr. Pal just to start off by talking about changing our mindset. So over to you, Dr. Pal.
Thank you. So basically, what I wanted to say was that obviously, Lancaster Environment Action and Protection LEAP, what we are about right from 2021, our inception is trying to change the mindset of as many people as possible on the floor. So literally, we are talking about collective grassroots kind of action to think sustainably, to think alternatively. And this was something that literally underlies all our activities. So whatever we've done. So, Dr. Parekh will be going through some of those activities actually and explaining what we do. But I thought this may be something that may be interesting particularly because we are so fortunate to be on a global platform where a lot of people around the globe are listening in and basically will be kind of contributing later as well. To think about a model to move away from the very kind of consumerist, situation that we have. So to look at that, because this is not just LEAP's journey, it's all of our journeys, isn't it? And the climate solution is actually within ourselves. It's within us to actually make those choices, to, to kind of move into sustainable areas. So I had a few questions. Apologies, you're not pretty slides, but anyway. So the first thing that I wanted to think about was that if we think of a sustainable mindset, we have a question that what is the sustainable mindset? Okay. So firstly, to understand what it is that we're trying to do. So let's say if I said that, oh, that's easy, that, kind of, okay, at my temple, I am using, a lot of, kind of disposable cutlery and disposable plates. So basically, I'm being sustainable. So here I would say that, maybe we need to think a little deeper, because when you think of any product, you've also got to think about the process. You might say that, okay, well, I'm, even better, like, we have banana leaves that we are using in our temple, like we used to when we were children. So I'm still being very sustainable. The thing is that in the country that you are in, so say, for example, I'm in the UK at the moment, if your banana leaf is crossing many, many thousands of miles to reach you, then the carbon footprint actually in, conveying those, kind of banana leaves, particularly if it's a large organization which is transporting loads and loads and loads of cartons and cartons of these things, basically. So delocalization is a dangerous thing for climate solutions. So, I do understand that the way we've built up the world at the moment, of course, there is a lot of, kind of transportation and trade across, the whole world. And it's hardly something we can stop overnight. And perhaps in certain ways we shouldn't. But certainly in your choices, you can go for local things. So that is very important. So the sustainable mindset is actually local. That is one thing that I wanted to get across very clearly. That, you can be buying a, let's say, a plastic plate from your local corner shop, okay, if it's something that's been made by some local charities, maybe, okay, kind of, maybe putting together bits and pieces of their own, older plates that they are, washing, recycling, using in that way. That is actually more sustainable than your banana leaf brought all the way from India. So it's just a question of kind of thinking a little differently to what the sustainability means today. Okay. So this is one. The second thing that I wanted to touch on, so I'm sorry it's, kind of, without pictures, so a little boring, but I'll try to kind of bring it a little, get it a little lively. Okay. The second thing I want to touch on was that, is sustainability something that is natural to our daily lifestyles? So the thing is, is it something that, like we know that when we were, very much younger and perhaps, generations before us, certainly, sustainability, yeah, sure, like 30,000 years back, if people were wandering around in the forests and they were doing their agriculture, they're doing their herding, etc. You can say, okay, what could be more sustainable? And certainly, that is certainly the best way to go. But in today's world, are we still naturally sustainable, or are we people who have evolved to a point where we can't actually turn back the clock? And what is the kind of interim solution? What can you do? So the thing is, again, if you walk into somebody's house and say that, oh, you've got so many things in your house, you've got chairs and tables and this and that, etc. So kind of, and compare that to somebody who's like living, a very poor person who lives perhaps on a mountain as a shepherd, and he's literally living in a hut where he has a very, very kind of minimalist consumption of resources. So there again, you might say that, oh, why don't you give all this up and go and live like that in a hut, right? Why don't you kind of start building? So people may not be, amenable to making that change, because they may think, hey, I've worked really hard all my life to get here, and I'm not going to give up these things to go and live in a hut. The thing here is, again, the interim solution is that actually the person who's living in the mountains in his hut is far, far, far richer than you are. Because, however sad this may sound, but the reality is that, he is clean, basically breathing in far more clean air than you are, much more likely to live longer than you are, because basically he's walking the mountains, he's, getting far more exercise than our average, kind of lifestyle does. Again, so it's kind of realizing what we call poor all the time. Yes, of course, I'm not discounting poverty. There's a lot of poverty. But if somebody is living in that kind of scenario,
Dr.
then
Sharma,
that person, sorry.
Dr.
Yes.
Sharma, have your PowerPoint presentation on the screen. So
Thank
if
you
you'd
so
like
much.
to maybe which slide you're on, and I will help to guide it through.
Thank you so much. So
yeah.
if you can see the slide which says, basically, is sustainability, kind of natural to us? So that's the one, that's slide number 4, I think, if you just.
Yeah, the sustainable mindset.
Just the one after. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, that actually it's a question of understanding and valuing that what you think is poor is not necessarily poor. Because, and this is when I say this is the, majority of the global world where we think, that, oh, right, we are sitting, in the West or the East or whatever it is, but we have a global middle class standard of living. That standard of living is actually detrimental to us. So, there are some people who are genuinely poor. So when we say poor, as in they cannot eat, that is a different kind of equation. But there are a lot of people who are living in a minimalist style who are not poor, actually. They're much richer than you, because they will die much healthier than you. They do not sit on chairs often. They will often sit in their squat, which is far better for our bowel movements. So, in many, 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 many different ways, as Dr. Kalaria will, definitely agree, that the natural ways are far, far more conducive to, health and well-being. Also, those cultures, they tend to be far more family oriented. So, Dr. Kalaria, if you can just move to the next In fact, I'm going to call you Honey G because it's much more lovely, and I love your name. So, uh, yeah.
What made this change?
Yeah, so this is so we're just thinking that okay, so we seem to have got the dog bites tail. So we are kind of the tail is wagging the dog. So let's try and see why or where this came from. So somehow we've got it in our minds that if you accumulate a lot of wealth, then that is basically means that you are actually richer. Okay, so this is a little topsy turvy because that's not actually the case. So as long as you can actually live a very healthy lifestyle with your family, getting in plenty of exercise and basically not harming others around you and actually helping people and working as a society, you are the richest because you will die happiest. But it's just a question of changing this mindset. So if we look at okay, why I'm going into all these kind of kind of half boring things on a Sunday afternoon is because I just want people to kind of think and reflect on why it is that we do something that we are doing. And when I say we, I don't necessarily mean every single individual, but certainly the majority of us. So in kind of like you had this wonderful I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, you had the Enclosure Act. Okay, what was the Enclosure Act in the UK? You can just look it up later. I wouldn't dare talk about the date because I can never remember dates. But yeah, with the Enclosure Act, what was happening was this was a big change where basically farmers who were the what would be called the zamindar system in India, or what was called the feudal system in the UK. By and large, you had people, landlords, who had very large tracts of land. These lands were tilled by farmers, and unlike the kind of common popular story put out there, most zamindars and landlords were not tyrants. There were some, certainly, but the majority, it was quite a good, basically symbiotic system where these people, they owned their land in that capacity that they could actually eat off that land, they could produce, and it sustained the entire economy. Okay, this was basically cut down by the Enclosure Act because somebody somewhere realized that okay, actually, if we use sheep to graze across large pastures, and if we use the fur to make wool and sell it, we can actually make more money than we need. So that is where the dangerous thing came in. This came in with the Enclosure Act. So you had the sudden turn. This is something, this has been explored massively by Karl Marx. So by all means, read it up and take a look. Basically, this turn happened. Okay, so this turn happened by the Enclosure Act. All these people, all these peasants who were actually like these wonderful farmers who were creating and bonded to their land, bonded in a good way. They were in harmony with the land. They were thrown out. They basically were forced out, and those large tracts of land, they were turned into pastures for sheep to graze. Okay, so where do these people go? Because they no longer have land from which they can actually do anything. So they kind of had to migrate to whatever the factory kind of organizations that had started at that point of time, that we're going to use the wool and make it into lots and lots of clothes. So we need people to actually work with that wool and make them into clothes. That's where all these people went. So that is kind of one of the earliest shifts away from what we had, a very sustainable economy, into the beginnings of this industrialization, which has created so many problems, okay, worldwide. So this is something that is not natural to us. This is what I want to point out. This is not natural to us. So it's by displacing people. So see, we are coming back to the same point, that you are moving away from a local economy into a large kind of larger and larger global economy. Then of course you had all these unpleasant kind of centuries of colonization. So you had people going out from these lands because some, at one point, you are producing far more than actually the people locally need. Okay, you've made so much, you've grazed so many sheep and got so much wool that you no longer, you basically are producing more than actually. This is topsy turvy, because supply should meet demand, right? It shouldn't be that that basically it shouldn't be in this peculiar way where basically you're creating a demand. You shouldn't have to create a demand. But this is where the thing came, that okay, fine, we found all these new lands all across the world, so let's make it even better and bigger, these markets. So then you have these cotton, and bring in the politics and basically forcing it kind of shifted from wool to cotton, because here you were taking raw cotton from the colonies, bringing it into England. So imagine the amount of delocalization, making cotton clothes out of that, and again sending that back to those colonies and using your politics to force it on the colonies. So double trouble, because not only are you taking the raw materials, but also what you're doing is you are absolutely finishing any kind of local ways of making the clothes at all, right? So this is basically, it is, as you can see, it's extremely skewed. So this is kind of the area from which this entire value system has been created, and we need to move back from that. So it is a long step. So this is what is stopping us from changing back. So in one word, it's organization. So when you actually want to take something in a certain way, you create structures, you bring people together, you make these concepts of office and so on, which will plug into your system that you're making. So we are talking about how we can move back from that. Okay, how do we move back from that situation? Okay, of basically being in this very organizational kind of way to move back. And it is the solution here is that, okay, governments and what is most structured, if you think about what is most structured, where is the maximum amount of organization? The maximum of these kind of artificial organizational structures are with governments and companies. So that is the most difficult part to break into. So let's not go there initially. Okay, let them do whatever. You have all the climate talks going around the entire world. We're talking about what corporates can do and what governments can do. Let that carry on. Very important part. But people, we are the people who are most flexible, best in a position to actually change the way we think and work together as a collective. So this is where the solution is actually in us. What can we do? And also not to think that this again, there's a wrong idea that you sacrifice something to be sustainable. No, you don't. Because when you're sustainable, you actually make yourself richer even in today's terms, not only health wise, but also if I wear a cloth, if I wear a particular dress for 10 years, it's much cheaper than my buying dresses every single year. So there are lots and lots of conversations, but I think I won't, bite into more time, because I think it will be soon time to hand over to Dr. Parekh. But I just want people to think for yourself, like I'm sure everybody does in many aspects, but in this particular aspect of the sustainable mindset, please think for yourself, think about how you can be sustainable, save yourself money in terms of today's terms, and save yourself your health and wealth in terms of what we've been doing for centuries. And don't buy into the kind of structures that are around you necessarily. Think before you act. That is the sustainable mindset. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pal, for that very, very powerful message about changing our mindset. That is the first step. So thank you. So before I go and talk about the workshops and what we've been doing to change that mindset, I think it's really appropriate to bring Mr. Deepak Valant, who's actually been on the receiving end of the training and obviously been looking at how to change those mindset and habits. So if Deepak, if you want to say a few words on your experience of attending the climate change training through LEAP and what impact it has on you.
Global namaste to everybody, and thank you, Dr. Kailash and Dr. Sharma. I think, this initiative is easily something which is long overdue. And you'd be foolish to think otherwise. So 100%, this is in the right direction, and everybody needs this message to be sent out. So I like the sentiment that, it's a mindset change, because clearly everything has to start from the mind, regardless of kind of sort of the bigger wheel. So there was reference made to sort of government and the corporate world, etc. The course that I attended, which was I found very, very useful. It was very grassroots, so it wasn't too technical. However, it did cover topics which did trigger deeper thought and discussions. The workshops were interactive. You got to speak to people from other organizations, temples and so on. And we were able to share very sort of fundamental ideas and concepts, which, on the face of it may have sounded quite simple, but actually were quite effective and possibly quick wins. sort of the old saying, journey starts, with a single step. And I think in this instance, certainly that is the case. Now, the sort of topic about, sort of fashion and clothing is an industry which I've started to look into myself. I realized, or didn't realize, how impactful this type of industry was on the world, especially when sometimes people were often literally wearing items or garments once and disposing of them or sending to end of life. So if any of these ideas can lead to people considering twice before purchasing, also ideas of recycling, repurposing, so the item doesn't go straight to landfill straight away, will be a good bonus. But also, do you need the item in the first place? Another question people need to think about. These conversations and questions are happening, but we kind of need forums like this to continue to push these types of messages. I suppose a bigger point would be thinking about your sort of karmic actions and ahimsa and those principles where, everything you do does have an impact. So yeah, thank you to, the whole team for supporting our learning and also encouraging our establishments to try and implement some sustainable changes, but also getting people to think about this type of movement. So thank you. Happy to come in again if I've not overshot my mark. Thank you, Kailashbin.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deepakji, for sharing that experience. And I know there's been changes made, hence, following the climate change training, that collectively all the organizations coming together, for example, just ordering bulk, sustainable serving plates and things that we've already looked at. So I think it's those little changes that are going to be very impactful for the future. So thank you. Can I just also acknowledge one of our other directors? I'm sorry I didn't see you before, Dr. Gargi Das, who's here and joined us kindly from India. So Dr. Gargi, welcome. And would you like to say a few words on your experience? I know you've been there instrumental right from the beginning. So what do you think about this, changing our mindset? If you could say a few words.
Okay, we can't hear you, Gagi. Maybe if you can set again or sign back in, your sound is not propagated.
Okay, well, we're waiting for Dr. Gargi Das to sort of mic out. I will carry on with the presentation. Just to follow on from Dr. Pal's presentation on the mindset. Having that in mind, we have been working with our youths and families to make that little difference. And we thought, let's just, look at fashion, how we can make fashion sustainable. As you know, this fast fashion, it contributes 10% of the carbon emission. And so therefore we need to make those changes on a need rather than a want basis. So just want to share some slides with you about the objective behind the workshops. Okay, so while we're waiting for the slides, I just wanted to say that the workshops, were kindly funded by our Duchy of Lancaster. We were supported by the St. John's Hospice with the clothes for recycling, which we use for the fashion show with our young children. Also, the workshop was supported by Lancaster and Morecambe Hindu Society, as well as the Hindu Forum of Britain as well. So I'd like to say thank you to all of them to make it possible. So back in October, we had August and October, we had 2 workshops. And the objective behind the workshop was behind the workshop and the fashion show was to encourage young people and families to make those sustainable lifestyle choices, particularly in the context of fashion. As I said, the idea was to move the mindset away from the fast fashion, which is responsible, like I said, 10% of the carbon emission, to a culture of valuing and preserving existing clothing and reinventing, repurposing as necessary on a need to change rather than a need to want, basically. So when we did the workshop, we wanted the children to look at the science behind it. So there was some physics there. They were looking how to make clothes more adaptable to change, to weather, to look at, make it more resistant to water resistant, to look at heat, how to make it more resistant to heat and more energy efficient as well. So the children really got this. And we had some photographs on the on the slide. So I'm sorry, there's no pictures to go with it, but the children were really engaging and really, focusing on the science behind.
We cannot see your
fashion.
presentation. Kailashji, there's no presentation on screen.
Yeah.
So, if you wanted to try, you're welcome to just share your presentation.
Yes.
So whilst we're looking and waiting for yes. So whilst Kailashji is getting the actual presentation ready, just wanted to share so far a very good summary. The sustainability and the right mindset sounds very important, actually, because there's no changes that could ever take place without people having a different mindset. Because many years ago, people didn't care. They thought, well, we're not going to be living here another 20, 30 years, after 50 years, so who cares? So a lot of people have that kind of, I would say, attitude. But nowadays, I think people realize that it's also affecting us now, even health. If you look at the pollution that's out there, a lot of people are having lots and lots of problems, such as asthma and various different types of lung problems, because there's a lot of pollution in the air. So it's not about waiting for another 50 years or 100 years to see how to protect the planet. It's about making sure we do things right now, today. And with the amount of trees that are being cut down in this world, we always say, our beautiful plants and trees gives us the oxygen that we need. But as we start cutting all the trees down, how are we going to have clean, fresh oxygen? So when we talk about spirituality, we always know prana, we say chi, all that is very important to keep us healthy and, very important for our wellness. But if you're having very dirty, polluted air, that is definitely going to affect not just your physical health, but your mental health, your emotional health, your spiritual health. So, Kailashji, have we been able to find the presentation for?
Yes.
Did you want to share?
I just want to say, Haniji, don't worry about it. I was coming to the end anyway. I just wanted to explain the objective behind it and to get the children involved. Once they were able to look at the science behind it, what we did, we had a fashion show where almost 12 children from different age groups actually fashioned all the different clothes that we can see. We can recycle them and make it look more fashionable as well. So we had a day last month where they actually showcased fashion, working with the hospice, so that was the key message. And one of our key ambassadors here, the youth ambassador here, Rachel Dabble, who I've invited today to say a few words on her experience as well. So she's been very proactive. She's been active in taking part within the fashion show, as well as the work that we've done with schools in eco-friendly booklets as well. So Rachel, would you like to come in and say a few words about your experience on the actual fashion show? Rachel, if you unmute yourself, please.
What name is Rachel signed under?
Rachel Dabble. Savannah, sorry.
Savannah. Okay, so let's...
Mom is Savannah and Rachel is the daughter.
Rachel, you can unmute yourself. Rachel, if you can make your screen landscape, please.
Okay, there you go.
If you can landscape your screen, Rachel. Perfect. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Hello. Yes. Hi. Yeah, I've been quite involved, and the first thing I contributed was the presentation for younger children, just to explain what climate change is. and how it affects the environment, biodiversity, and to vaccinate us and explain what they can do to be more sustainable and generally more of a positive outlook on what they can do rather than that well, it's an encroaching problem, which it is. That it's becoming a bit more of a problem with the weather changes. That summers are getting warmer, winters are getting colder, and yeah, there was also the fashion show as well, where there was a contribution of more sustainable materials that can be reused, and another workshop where we're looking at more sustainable activities for sort of the festival booklet. Yeah, the festival booklet as well. And yeah, that's what we've had contributed so far.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rachel. I know you've done a lot of work behind the scene with other youths. Daruk has been obviously the lead, but you've been supporting all the work. So what message are you going to be taking away to other youths about fashion? What would you say to them?
Well, I would say to them, again, it's sort of that change in mindset. You just have to think before you act, and it's just the small things you do that make the biggest impact, because that's what everyone has to do. If we all just make a small change and everyone makes that small change, we can make a big impact.
Absolutely. That little change, that mindset will go a long way. So, Mum, Savannah, what would you again like to say in support of what Rachel's already said about, fashion and the youth and the future generation?
So I've been involved in your project, Dr. Pal and Dr. Dr. Pal and Dr. Kailash, and I've been listening in the background when you've had your meetings. Was it over COVID? And then you did the Eco Festival booklet, and then we've been in a WhatsApp group where you share a lot of information, and I read them and I support Rachel in what she's doing, and she's in the third year at university at the moment. But when she did her A-level, she did an EPQ on rewilding, and you may remember she talked and did a presentation to the group on rewilding. And Rachel and her dad and we are all very keen in the project Rewilding, and you may want to look up what there is in the United Kingdom. And it is quite fascinating that sometimes you should let nature take its course and it will work. So there is a project in the south of England, which is by Isabella Tree, a book called Rewilding. I recommend that. That's in southern England. And we visited the place, didn't we? So I've done to support Rachel's interest in your projects. So I also helped to do the fashion show. We did a dress from curtains and we had tassels and we made it look pretty. So yes, what you were saying before, think before you act. You don't need to go fast fashions, and it's creating so much. It's affecting us, and we don't need to think before we do that. So even small changes like that will help. So I'll continue to support Rachel and yourselves.
Yeah, thank you so much. Brilliant. I think it's really important that we support our children, to go forward and think more sustainable. And it's a collective effort, like we said earlier. If we all do our little bit, we can make a huge impact. So really grateful. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your experience. And I hope that you will continue with the good work. Because as you know, we were very proud to say that we won the award for the BBC Radio, making that difference for the Green Award. And it was because of the work that you guys have been doing in the background, the competitions you got involved in, the Green Week competition, the eco-friendly booklets that we've done have obviously made a huge difference and impact, making that difference. Hence, we are very proud to say that we were a recipient of the highly recommended award for the BBC. So
And also, I just wanted to mention about the day in Lancaster Library. That was absolutely fascinating. I don't
yes,
think we talked about that. If you want to say a few things,
about
Dr.
the
Powell, you
workshop.
can. That was it was so busy, and I learned so much. It was fantastic effort. So well done to you as well.
I just
Thank
want
you.
to come
Thank you
in
for
very
reminding me of
briefly.
that, because when we had the fashion show, over 1,000 visitors were there. And can you imagine that message of going out about fashion? And we don't have to spend so much money. We can recycle, reinvent, and use and make it even more fashionable, you know. So that message was very powerful. So thank you so much for all your contribution there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to come in
So
very, very briefly. I know we're kind of running over time, so very quickly. That Rachel, you've been a really brilliant, sustainable, kind of youth sustainability ambassador. Because this is just for everybody who's listening to know that the group that we have. Rachel is kind of, yes, Daruk is the lead for the youth, lead voice of youth. But Rachel's position is very special in that she shows the way as the oldest person in the group, and because she is so motivated and because she's so involved in every project that we have and really throws herself into it, that kind of inspires and makes others also chip in as well. So on multiple fronts since 2021, Rachel, whether it's been like, and her confidence of kind of at the fashion show, leading 25 children, because she was right there in front. So if she had made a mistake, then how it is when the line follows. So so we were kind of like thinking, oh, but we knew that Rachel would be able to pull that off, certainly. So, and Savannah, again, many thanks for because
You're
no
welcome.
child can really take things forward that well without parental support. So the role of the parent is huge in kind of helping to support the sustainable mindset. But I won't talk anymore. I know I'll hand it back to Kailash.
thank you so much, Dr. Pal. Thank you to all my guests who's come along, to talk about a really important topic about, keeping our globe, our environment, our planet, sustainable. So thank you, Deepakji. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Dr. Gagi. And obviously, my co-director, Dr. Pal, as well, who kindly put the presentation together and really made us think about our mindset, how important, like you said, those little changes, even Haniji, you said, like yourself, I started changing, little things like light bulbs, making LED and, little things that you can do, not keeping the tap running when you're brushing your teeth. So those little things make a huge difference. So thank you so much. Over to you, Haniji.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Kailash Ji, and both Shona Ji as well. What a fantastic presentation. A very big thank you to Deepak Ji as well for coming and joining us and sharing his thoughts on the environment. I think that's really important. And of course, the Savannah and of course, mummy and daughter. Amazing. This is what we need to hear more of to make a difference. And I believe it's very important for parents. It's their responsibility to teach this to their children. And I also believe that it's very important for us to have the parents talking to the schools and the educational establishments to suggest and recommend that I would like my child to have more environmental education. Because if parents ask for it, then the schools are definitely bound to, look at how to offer these kinds of programs. So I think this is a great idea. I had a question actually, and if any of you would like to share, you talked about the fashion show and about utilizing, I would say, natural materials, etc. What kind of changes came through afterwards? So once you did the fashion show, what kind of impact did that cause? So that were there any changes from the audience point of view, or any changes made by the models who took part? Can you just maybe share a little bit about that? That how important are these kinds of projects, and what kind of changes do they create in the communities?
I think, Kailash, if you're happy for me to, kind
Yes,
of
please.
expand a little bit on this. Yep, I think the first thing is that, we have this basic, I think, line that we all kind of need to follow, that be the change. So it starts from you. just like charity starts at home, I can't think of a bigger charity really than looking after yourself, to make sure that we and our future generations kind of live through as long as possible. So with the 25 young children who were involved, each of them had to, because all of them are used to, as is common in this era, to going into Primark, H&M, Marks and Spencer, wherever it may be, and picking out an outfit for various occasions. Okay, prize giving outfit, birthday party outfit can't be seen because this was on Instagram, 5 times. So, or the other way around, that, there's such an influence going on social media. And this picture of a dress or people in it keeps coming up 4, 5, 6, 7 times in your feed. And you think, I've got to have that. So for those 25 children, certainly, to firstly accept that, oh, I'm going to be wearing a dress that actually doesn't belong to me, it belonged to somebody else. And oh, firstly, that how can I be wearing some secondhand stuff? So it's that mentality to break away from that, saying that actually it's a piece of item that's been there for a very long time. So it is something which has its own stories woven into it of its usage, and the longer you hang on to any particular dress, the longer it will stay, the more the stories that get woven into that, particular dress. So I think that was the first change. Second is because 1,000+ tickets were bought for that particular event. Bought as in, like, it was a free event, but as in booked. So there were easily 500+ people in the audience. And because, again, a lot of these families were the typical slightly more affluent, as in not, people who are the lowest in the lowest income bracket, people who had the luxury to come in out, on a Sunday to watch the show with their family. It was, again, going out to these people and kind of saying that, oh, the people, look at these children, they are in the Lancaster Town Hall on stage in Ashton Hall, which is very prestigious. There are these flashing lights and there's so many people watching them. So I am confident that a large number of children in the audience would have loved to have been there on stage along with those children to be applauded. So to understand, you don't need to really be in the latest fashion to be valued and there up on stage. So I think that's really important. I would have loved to have conducted a survey on Mentimeter to kind of, just have audiences engaged. It was just a little pilot, so we couldn't quite do that, but hopefully for a future project, we'll have a little Mentimeter game at the end to kind of pick up things like
that's
that.
brilliant. For me, just the fact that, these lovely children ended up enjoying and learning and being more educated. We had 1,000 people turning up, so you can see that there is interest in the actual community to learn. And of course, I'm sure they went back a bit more inspired and learning and educated about this field, so which is great. And one for last question, because of course we have maybe one more. I believe it's Deepak Valant.
Yep.
Hello. So yes, I would like to ask you, I know you had a brief chance to share your thoughts on the environmental work that you do. So what is it, the work that you actually do, and what is the most impactful work that you feel you would have done, from your experience?
So, as I've probably shared on one of the previous conversations around this, I'm heavily involved in my local temple. So I think that's, for me, I consider that as my sort of hub.
What are you involved in? Your local?
My local temple. So it's a temple.
Yeah. I saw the wonderful, lovely special.
Yeah.
Yes, the little mark, so which is beautiful. But so you volunteer in the temple, and of course, temples are always using what would you say, ghee and wood and various things for the pujas and for the prayers, etc. Mm-hmm. Are there any types of things that you would have changed to help to become more sustainable and more environmentally friendly with the work that you do there?
Yeah, so very good questions, Dr. Hani. I think for us, the first sort of changes that we sort of implemented were moving away from sort of old light bulbs and moving to LED technology, which is, is a big win for us, but also having sensor taps. so that taps don't continue to run, because sometimes kids leave them on. And the last biggish change is to move over from plastic plates, which we get through a fair amount when we have big events, to biodegradable variety of paper cardboard sort of a type of plates, which obviously when they go to landfill will in time break down. So those are just some of the changes, but also trying to encourage children to think about things differently, not just the stuff we do in the temple, but also encouraging car sharing, for example, but also in the summer months, maybe walk to the temple or take a bike. So, I mean, the list is quite long.
Very good. Yes. I mean,
yeah.
the fact that you change the cutlery and, the plates and cups, because we constantly are giving prasad, as every day hundreds of people are coming and visiting the temples. And I'm sure there's meals as well being given, and prasad given, drinks given, or chai or tea, whatever. So I think that you're absolutely right, that there's a constant. So if you just change a little bit, within 6 months to 1 year to 5 years to 10 years, a huge difference would have been made because of that one change. I say this to people, that if you stop, I mean, I love my sugar with my tea, I'm an Indian masala chai drinker, but, they always say that, look, if you stop having your sugar, over a period of a whole year, that would be a lot of kilos of sugars you would have stopped, having. So I think that what you're saying is absolutely right and very good. Well done, and congratulations, and also, best of luck for the temple also being open-minded to make these changes, because I believe that organizations also have to be open and willing to make changes. They may think, oh, but it's much cheaper to do it this way, much easier, we don't have budgets. But somebody who is more sustainable and thinking, who has a right mindset, as Dr. Shona Powell had mentioned, that is really important. So thank you for that. Final question, Kailashji, for being part of COP29 series of interviews and discussions here on the Healing Our Earth platform. What are your thoughts on the work that Healing Our Earth is doing to educate, to raise awareness, and of course share such wonderful speakers with the world? What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you and congratulations to Healing Our Earth, because you have given us the platform to be able to then share what the good work that's going on around the globe, and bringing like-minded people together and to share. If we can all listen and take away one little thing, again, like you said, it's going to have a huge impact on our environment. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity, making us part of the family, of Healing Our Earth. And we always enjoy coming here and sharing our experiences, Haniji. And I'd just like to go back to Deepakji, because when we set this training up, we had people who actually wanted to come on. It was a Thursday evening. As you know, people have had a long day, yet they were so willing to come and share some really brilliant ideas. And although I was facilitating it, I learned so much from all the participants. They were coming up with so many brilliant ideas and projects, and and we were really buzzing with ideas. And this is why we've created a group, that WhatsApp group, that we keep that going, that conversation, that dialogue going, and sharing good practices. So I was really happy to hear what Deepakji just said about those little changes that you've started making. Absolutely heartening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's have Nil Kumarji. He's just joined us as well. Nilji, what do you have to say here?
Global namaste to you, Hani.
Namaste.
Dr. Kailash, Dr. Shona, Deepak, they're all regular with us at Healing Our Earth. And Rachel, welcome to you as well, the youth at LEAP. Kailash, I want to know, because LEAP, not apart from just winning some awards recently, what are the next project for LEAP? Because LEAP is very much environment based. Any next project that's planned? And we want to do a special edition just for the LEAP, because it's nice to promote people at the grassroots. So what's going to happen next?
Oh, very good question, Neil Kumar, which I'm going to hand over to Dr. Shona Pal, because she's got a vision and we are supporting that vision. I think we want to build on the work that we've done, especially with the youth, the workshops that we've done. We looked at fashion, but there are other things that we can also develop. So again, funding is a big issue. So we are getting our partners together, and something that we are working currently on, which, you know, I want my co-director, Dr. Pal, to say a few words on that, please.
Thank you so much, Kailash, and thank you so much for such a beautiful discussion, because the way you kind of took it through along with Haniji, it was like a little bit of, it reminds me of the tabla and the when you're trying to kind of go back and forth with the tabla and the dancer. So it's beautiful. Again, Haniji, this is your area, so you would know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think it's called Jugalbandi, if I remember correctly from my ancient times in school. Yeah. So in terms of future projects, actually, first and foremost, I think the fashion shift is something that really needs to stay consistent. So if you're going to make people start to adapt and kind of start buying from the charity shops and kind of rebrand the fashion, rethink of it as something valuable to wear, then it's something that you have to keep kind of plugging away at. So certainly we have applied for funding for a fashion show on a bigger scale, like I was telling you, Haniji, that it needs to have more structure to it, needs to have kind of a different level of engagement with the audience, so that we can pick up the statistics of what changes we are making in terms of numbers, rather than kind of having a general idea that, oh, it was great. The other thing is basically, again, I'm very interested. This is something I know that both my kind of Richa and Kailash, they're both involved in putting together the information, the training material for the climate adaptable fashion. And this is something that, again, we can't really progress without funding, but I would love for this to expand, because it doesn't have to be really techie stuff that the average person coming into a workshop can't do. You don't need to have a solar powered charger as part of an recycled handbag that you've picked up. This is not rocket science. This is something that is very doable. We've done it at the workshops for first time candidates, just literally walking into the library. So it's things like there are a myriad levels of climate adaptation that we can put together, but it's not cheap at the moment, because obviously there are things like solar panels and so on. However small it is, to teach people you need a certain thing. So these are the kind of areas. So I think fashion is again going to be our main thrust in terms of both research to see what further we can do with it, as well as the delivery of the workshops and the training that we hope to kind of take forward over the next year. And I think I'll hand over to Deepak ji, because I think he would like to come in.
Deepak ji.
Go ahead, Deepak.
Yeah, so thank you. I did forget to mention, actually, because it's in early stages, we are actually talking to a local energy provider about supplying solar panels for the temple. So we're just at the opening conversations, but it's looking positive. And it appears in this area that we are sort of leading the way. So we're probably first on their list to get to where we're going. So touch wood, we do end up actually getting it done along with some other work, so that we are doing what we set out to do and make that change, because the organization is there for good. So we know we're going to be using energy, so why not take the step and have the energy in a sustainable way.
So thank you, Deepak. Another first. So it's so wonderful. And it's nice to see that people up north are also taking this seriously. I think this project should be rolled over to many other countries as well. So maybe LEAP can lead the way forward for everybody. So we are very proud of you, Shona, Kailash, Deepak, Rachel. Keep on bringing that youth element in there. And thank you to your mom as well. So it's so beautiful. And stay around. So thank you very much. What we are going to do, we're going to go straight into Azerbaijan in Baku, where the COP29 yesterday found some sort of solution for the $300 billion. And we have got a team from Brahma Kumaris who are going to tell us more about it. So thank you, Shona. Thank you, Kailash. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Rachel. Stay around if you can, and you will hear live what's happening in Baku. Thank you. Honey, what we are going to do now,
thank you.
We are going to go to Aneta, who is going to tell us what has been happening up there in Baku. And Golo will be the first person. Golo has been on Healing Our Earth many times. He's in Europe as well. But they're right now in Baku. So they'll be giving us fresh news and actually telling us what's happened over there. So it's so beautiful to have them. Let's welcome the Brahma Kumari teams for the next 90 minutes and hear what's happened in Baku. Honey, over to you, and let's welcome BK Aneta, who is normally at Mount Abu, but she's in Baku right now. Aneta,
Yes.
good early evening. You are about 7 o'clock there in Baku. How are you, and what's the latest?
Global Namaste. Om
Namaste.
Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Greetings of peace to everyone, to all my wonderful brothers and sisters. Thank you very much for having us. Indeed, we connect with you from Baku. We are still here after the COP29. And yes, we will be very happy to share our insights, our experiences from this conference. We have 4 speakers today who will speak about the different aspects of COP29. So Brahma Kumaris was present at COP29 with 13 delegates, so quite a big delegation. And our message was, as always, the need to shift the human consciousness in order to address the climate crisis. So I would like to invite Golo Pilz. Golo Pilz is the renewable energy advisor in Brahma Kumaris, and he has a lot of experience in that area, more than 30 years in research and development of renewable energy. And Golo has been participating at COP conferences since 2009. So also in that area, he has a lot of experiences and understanding. And one of his specialties is indeed to combine science and spirituality. So Golo, can you share the latest update from the COP29 that has just finished, please?
Yeah, thanks very much, Aneta, and many greetings to London. The conference just had ended here in Baku in Azerbaijan. The northern border is with Russia and the southern border is with Iran. So it's a very interesting location right now. We were about 50, 60,000 delegates from 200 countries. And there were also a lot of exhibitions. There was more than 100 government pavilions, and also a lot of stuff was going on outside the actual COP. We had quite a big green team, Aneta already mentioned, from the Brahma Kumaris, and we had also a lot of help from our local center here and from Russia and from Georgia and so on. We had also a big social media team which supported us with clips and posting things immediately. And if you come to the COP, you have to be ready for lots and lots and lots of people and lots and lots and lots of program. So the first 3 days we had a leaders summit where I think 100 ministers and head of states, they came together in order to discuss the general direction of the whole conference. And then at that time, there was plenary session, but also more than 150 daily side events, interviews, workshop, panel discussions, and so on. Plus, demonstrations were also going on inside the conference. Outside the conference, this was a bit more difficult, but inside the conference, there was every day some couple of demonstrations going on. Also, about 2,000 people from the press were there, a huge media center. And so you can imagine it's like probably the biggest conference in the world. It's like a huge fair. Brahma Kumaris has been very active. We had almost every day a climate wisdom studio, totally 22 interviews, and we invited politicians, activists, scientists, and religious leaders and interviewed them on climate change and what can be done. There have been a lot of activity otherwise. We had more than 50 programs inside the COP, and this time we concentrate a lot on the inter-religious dialogue. There had been a faith pavilion organized by the Muslim Council of Elders, where we have been very present, almost everyday program. We also had every morning and an evening regular meditation at the climate conference, which was also a novum. It's for the first time that we did that inside the climate conference. We also worked a lot with the youngsters. There have been a lot of youth people, as well as with indigenous people. For the first week, we had also an exhibition there, and we informed all the people what we are doing. And as Aneta said, we are propagating a shift of mindset, which then leads to shift of consciousness and then a shift of our actions and so on. And you can find all informations of our activities on our webpage, echo.brahmakumaris.org. You will find all the reports, the playlist from the interviews, all our statement and so on. Now coming to the most important, to the outcome. This COP was about finances and new national determined targets. It means how much the countries would like to save in terms of emissions, and also about phasing out of fossil fuels. But we have to say that the outcome of the conference has not been received well by the world community. Sunday morning, after marathon meetings and final talks and very long and partly bitter discussions, an agreement was finalized. And it looks like that by 2035, the developing world will arrange for almost $1 trillion annual in funds to help to shift to a low carbon economy and cope with the impacts of extreme weather. In the beginning, this sounds quite good, but only 300 billion of that will come in the form of what is most needed, grants and low interest loan. And the rest of the money will come from private investors and a range of potential new sources like levies and taxes on fossil fuels, things which have to be found out and have to be seen how it works and so on. So an insider says it's not enough, it comes too late, and it comes from too many sources. And the developing nations, they were furious, and they said, basically, rich countries spent 150 years polluting the world's atmosphere, then 33 years on discussion going on and delaying things. And finally, for 3 years talking on financial settlement. And now with oil-friendly countries and the threat of nations which are in denial of climate change, they force the developing nations to accept that deal that not only does not represent actual new money, but also may increase the debt of those developing nations. So there's a lot of disappointment about the COP and a lot of, I would say, a bitterness. And whilst on the other side, some people from the rich countries, they said, see, there was simply not more money in the public budgets. And we went for the maximum. But all in all, the result of this COP is not well received. And the majority of the commentators said that the developing nations have been taken for a ride. And so this is a bit the outcome of the climate conference, which is not so good. And a lot of people, majority of people have already left, and many of them with a bitter taste and also a lot of frustration. So that's a bit the overview in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Galo. I think it was quite a detailed overview, and it seems that the picture is not indeed as it was expected. I would like to ask if anyone from those who are with us have any questions, then I think Galo would be happy to answer them, maybe to clarify anything or to share more information or experience.
Hello, hi. That was a really amazing summary. It's like the whole 9 days or so packed in like 9 minutes. It feels like it's amazing the way you summarize that information. And I realized 50 to 60,000 delegates were there. So that shows there are many people around the world who are wanting to discuss and wanting to make a difference. What was the most impactful thing for you, Golo, for whilst you were there, or whilst you're there? What is the most impactful thing, do you think, from what was it, the people, was it the speakers, was it the decisions they're coming? What is the most impactful thing from the COP29 for you?
So first of all, one has to say that in Dubai last year, we were 80,000 delegates. And this year there was a significant reduction of delegates. And one of the reasons it seems they have given, so the UN organizers, they have given less badges to all organizations. And it seems they want to reduce the number of delegates because the COPs are very big and difficult to handle. And they want to concentrate more on the negotiators and the really important people. So it may be a trend which will also be seen in the future. The next climate conference is most likely in Brazil, in Belém, which has yet not the infrastructure in place to host such a big conference. So we have to see how many people next year will come. But it looks like the trend is shrink it. That is one thing. The most impressed I have been, I had in one interview in the Climate Wisdom Studio, I had Rajendra Shende, who was the lead author of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change 2007. And he has received, together with others, the Nobel laureate for the report on climate change, which was published 2007. So I asked him, do we have still a chance to bend the curve and save planet Earth, or it's too late? And he said, if we've moved he says we are in a very dangerous situation because there are trigger points in climate. But if we move with lightning speed and all the humanity gets its act together, he says it should be possible. He says money is not the issue. He mentioned that for military expenditures, it's much more money which is spent. And also for fossil fuel subsidies are, I hope I'm right, $7 trillion, $7 trillion per year. Only 1 trillion is needed to push it into transition to clean technology and adaptation and mitigation. So he says money is there. It needs the political will of all the countries now and a consolidated action immediately. But what we have, so that is possible still to sort of avoid the worst. But I'm now since 20 years at climate conferences, and unity is something you don't see that much often. So we really have to see how the next couple of years are sort of coming up. That's why it is so wonderful to meditate, because if you meditate and you change your inner world and your inner mindset, you create hope and strength from the inside. And I feel that's very important for everybody to look into that.
That's beautiful. What a lovely answer as well. And also the fact that, yes, it's the unity that's required. It's not the money. So even if people are discussing budget.
Let me say also what is important. It seems we should not wait that much longer on this top-down approach. And the local communities just should act and should do their good work. The local people should act and do their good work. And on a personal level, act and do your good work, whatever you can do, because if on the top level it will be decided if they will do something or not do something, who knows. In Brahma Kumaris, we are since 30 years active in renewable energies. And when I come back, I will install another 300 kilowatt solar system. And we try to convert our Gyan Sarovar campus totally on net zero. And this is a campus which can host 2,000 people, so it's quite a big campus. And we are since 30 years in renewable energies, and we are the biggest institutional user in India already. So I can urge only everybody to act and do whatever you want to do. Nobody stops.
Absolutely. Congratulations, because I've been to Mount Abu and I've seen the beautiful, the solar plant systems and everything that's used there. It's amazing, because if all organizations did this, we could really start moving and going, using that lightning speed that you're talking about. Get every organization making that decision, and all of a sudden, we were groundwards and then move upwards, as you mentioned. Very true. We have Lataji as well, who has a question. Hello, Lataji. Global namaste to you. And I understand you always have these wonderful questions. Who is your question to? Is it to Sister Anita Ji or our wonderful brother Golo?
Global namaste to all of you. And I love all the work that you contribute towards humanity. It's been a pleasure listening to all of you. My main concern was around the fact that if it wasn't successfully received, the solution, and why they were upset with, the financial allocations. So how would they like to see the outcome to have been? What would have been a more desirable solution or an outcome?
Well, the outcome which would most desirable, that is $1 trillion which was on the table and which was described as needed by expert calculations of research institute. That's the minimum amount which is needed for the developing nations to pay for the damage of climate change, because Africa and the third world, the island states and so on, they're suffering most from climate change already. So pay for the damage, that's the first thing. And the second thing is to use that money for the transition to clean energy. As long as this money comes only as a loan, these developing countries already in debt, some of them are close to bankrupt, they cannot pay for it. They won't get loans. So the money has to come as grant. That is number one. Number two, it has to be clearly mentioned that fossil fuels will be phased out with a clear timetable and clear targets. This has also not been really achieved because, as I mentioned, oil-friendly nations have sort of created a coalition, and they are blocking this kind of agreements in the UN process since 20 years, quite successful. They want business as usual. So that's why we're not phasing out fossil fuels, and that's why we are transitioning to clean technology slower than actually is required as per the scientific evidence, So the science is very clear what has to be done. Big money, fast as a grant, phasing out fossil fuels, and all the nations should ramp up their national targets, reducing the carbon footprint until 2050. So, it's called net zero. So you have to achieve, all the industrial countries have to go net zero very, very soon, because the biggest emitter is still United Nations, is still China. It's not Africa. It's not the little islands, it's not the poor nations. The rich nations are responsible for climate change through their emissions. They have to actually pay for it, and they have to accept the responsibility, and they still not do that after 30 years. And that's why developing nation is so upset, because this COP was a bit of a crunch COP where things had to fall into place, and they didn't fall into place as it should be. And we don't have so much time and so many chances left. Actually, we're running out of time.
Thank you. Thank you,
I've got
Golo.
Kumar here. Maybe he's got something to say there. Thank you, Golo. That was a really great answer. But I feel it's unfair for the developing nations to pay as well, because I believe the whole world is doing various things. And sometimes it's actually not the developing nations, but other nations who are causing a lot of the problems, like dumping things in the oceans and all sorts of things. So let's see what Neil Kumarji has to say. Neil Ji, what do you have to say about this?
Thank you, honey, and thank you, Aneta, for organizing all this, because we are live in Baku. And Golo, as you said, from 1 trillion to 300 billion, really not what was expected. But Golo, before we move on to Sonia, who is going to talk about climate wisdom, I want to ask you, Golo, when people started walking out, What was going on in your mind? That is this collapsed, or did you think they will come back fast? What was going on in your mind because you were present there?
Well, we had you see, this is my 15th climate conference. So we had already, it's not the first time delegation walk out or there's protest launched or this and that. But this time the collapse of the whole climate conference was at the horizon in a way which was before never happened like that before, because the developing nations, they said better no deals than such a bad deal, you know. It was a bit like I mean, this was all in the night. We were not there in the COP itself, you know, but we watched it. It was live on UNFCCC. They show it live, so it was a sort of our own reaction was like not despair, but astonishment, a little bit of shock, and also bewilderment, you know, but also understanding. I fully understand the reaction of the developing world because the West sort of once again has avoided to take responsibility for the mess, you know, and that's very sad, you know, to watch that, you know. This is part of the climate justice, you know. So justice has not been done to the whole cause, you know, again, not done. And now we run out of time, and there might be then, because it is not settled, the issue is not settled, it might be payday, you know, payday in terms of dramatic further damage and through climate change, dramatic. And we should not underestimate the cost, which is already on us. The cost of living crisis in food and all this is to a great extent due to climate change, because in 2 years, the global harvest is shrinking. So inflation is partly already due to climate change.
And Golo, you say payday. It is actually happening. We are sitting in London here. The wind is so high. Up north, we have had today flooding, snow, storm. I mean, just in one day. So it's like mini bomb that has come here. I think world over something is happening. Golo, thank you very much. You've been at it for a long time. You've been at Healing Our Earth many times. We are so proud of the Brahma Kumaris who are there in every third, fourth episode of us. Golo, stay around. We're going to move to Sonia, who is going to tell us about climate wisdom. And I think we are exciting with this chit chat. And as Lata mentioned, what would have happened if there was no funding? So maybe even Sonia will tell us. So Aneta, let's introduce Sonia, who is there with you. And it'll be so nice to know what she has got to say and share with us. So hello, Sonia.
Hello. Hello, Sonia. So yes, first I would like to introduce my very best friend, Sonia. Sonia Olson. Sonia Olson is manager, director of Brahma Kumari's Environment Initiative. Actually, she was instrumental to start these activities and this program within the Brahma Kumaris. And again, it started when COP took place in Copenhagen in 2009. So Sonia is the focal point to UNFCCC of Brahma Kumaris, and she is just managing, coordinating all activities that we do during COPs and in between COPs, everything related to climate change. So for example, during this COP, we had more than 50 programs. So Sonia is instrumental to coordinate, to organize, to make sure that everything is taking place on time and in the right way as it should be. So Sonia will tell us today about Climate Wisdom. Climate Wisdom is the series of episodes, live transmissions that we have done every day. Every day there were 2 interviews. So in total we had 22 of these episodes, and these were meetings with different activists, scientists, faith leaders, social workers, entrepreneurs, and all of them, they shared different aspects related to climate change and their expertise. So Sonia, if you can share some insights from this very rich discussions, please do. Thank you.
So good evening from Baku to all the listeners, and thank you, Aneta, for the kind introduction. And it's just been a fantastic experience to be part of the Climate Wisdom Live studio from Baku. Every evening for 2 weeks, we brought together guests from the faith, as Aneta said, from faith, from science, from policymakers. And we had meaningful conversation. And these meaningful conversations, they bring hope. And I got very much touched with the guests when they come into our villa and they relaxed. It was quiet and we had a cup of tea together and they relaxed even more and they came to the studio and sank into the sofa and they got these beautiful questions asked and some jewels of knowledge, some deep insights came. We had from faith, from the Swedish church, from Pentecost Church in Ghana. We had from Catholics and Muslims. From science, it was this IPCC author. It was a scientific director, research institute. But we also had young climate activists from India, also from locally, from Baku. And it was about transformation. And actually also in COP29, this word inner transformation becomes more and more common. And in many side events, also not only Faith Pavilion, but other side events, inner transformation, inner transformation. So people are waking up to this inner transformation needed. And one of the guests in our studio said that a transformative moment is when your heart is touched. And that was very special. And then we continue our conversation about spiritual transformation is to bring this love into everything you do, into every thought, into every word, and into every action. Also in this world, which is so unjust. And the injustice becomes so apparent, so close to you in the climate change conference. And transformation is also at one step at a time, one thought at a time, and one word at a time. And I will quote here Mark Lawrence from this Riffs Institute. He said, "Do what you can as far as you can. Don't worry that it is not perfect. Worry that it is not as good as you can do. Keep continuing that effort in doing whatever we can do together until this world becomes maybe not perfect, but glorious." And we also had 2 visitors from the food hub. And the vegan food and plant-based food is gaining ground in the COP conference talks. And our 2 guests, they were active in this called Action for Food Hub. And they talked about non-shaming attitude, that whatever people are doing, we encourage them to do better, to do more, but we don't give each other bad conscience. We don't shame each other if we can't live up to other standards or to our own standards. But we understand this little by little transformation. And that each one of us has to think for the general good or the global commons. And we had a doctor from a hospital here in Baku. He came one evening and he used this expression from selfish to sensible. And I liked it because normally you say from selfish to unselfish, but he talked about from selfish to sensible and how senseless it is to exploit the planet the way we do and leave nothing for our children. Normally, as parents, they would make sure that the kids get some inheritance or they get some money or an estate. Parents, it's genetic to parent to think that when they leave, they should leave something for the kids. But when it comes to the planet, this kind of attitude is disappeared. All parents today are leaving a planet behind which the kids can't use very much. Maybe it will not be there even, who knows? So opposite to selfishness is also to be humble. And this word came up a lot, humble leadership. And we had a scientist who is doing climate modeling. He's doing models for community and small societies and how to create sustainable development. And he said right from the beginning in the interview, he doesn't like the word negotiations, because the word negotiations for him means that I give something and I take something. And we can't take now, we should only give. So he wanted to call it climate offering, which I liked very much. And there was a lot of talk about wisdom, general wisdom, that the wisdom comes from within. And when we listen to our feelings and our consciousness and our conscience, we activate our inner wisdom. And there is a lot of fear in the society. And Aneta asked me before what touched me the most, and in these 2 weeks here. And I think it was this feeling of hopelessness and despair in the general conference. I often have felt a lot of anger and frustration before, but this time it was like people had given up. And it was more apathy and despair rather than anger and frustration. And this fear is contagious. But in the same way, peace is also contagious. So we have to keep calm and peaceful in all situations, even though how grave it looks or how hopeless it looks. We can't afford to lose our peace. And one guest speaker even called it, the Third World War is with nature. So we are at war with nature. So the opposite of war is peace. And we know peace starts from the inside. And we also had we had 2 young women here in a session. We had a session on gender equality and climate change. And it was a young activist from India. And she was very inspiring and so much energy. And I will read her quote for you because I thought it was inspiring. And she said, when you bring in the divine feminine energy, it is about healing, nurturing, and giving. Women can have more impact if we stop listening to everyone else, but start listening to ourselves. Women, listen to your heart, even if it goes against what you've been told. It isn't about conforming. It is about transformation and creating our own structures. The biggest way women can create an impact is by reclaiming their power. And even if you feel shaky, you can still make a difference. It is about listening to your heart and going after that inner voice. Even if you don't have all the answers, we doubt ourselves too much. Leap, and things will fall into place. And the greatest gift you can give somebody is to believe in them. I thought that was good. She inspired everyone here in the house. And we had another woman from India, and she used to be a professional banker living in Singapore. And due to her experience in the civil society and volunteering in an organization working on the ground, she gave up her career and is now working as a volunteer in an All India Women's Conference organization. And she shared stories from the ground, how women are affected by climate change in India. And it's not no nice stories to tell. So we have to help each other. Women are very much affected because there is no water and they have to collect the water. They have to walk further for the water. There is no hygiene. There is no help. There is no food. And this woman from India, she also said that we don't have control over the disasters, but we have control over how prepared we are. So she's helping the villagers in India to prepare themselves for whatever might happen for their villages. And let's see, I took some notes here. Yeah, of course, the other big topic was the interfaith. As Golo mentioned, we had an interfaith pavilion, and they call it now Eco Faith. And we had a woman in the studio from the Catholic organization, and they talked about integral ecology. And she said very powerfully that it's dawning on the Catholics after the Pope issued the Laudatio Si statement that the cry from the earth is the same cry from people. People's cry, the cry of the earth, is one cry. So they have to act sustainably, whatever they do. And another woman, she shared that she's been into politics, but she gave up her career because it was too hard. But when she returned to her faith, and especially different faith working together for the planet, she regained her power to go back into politics. And it was said that faith means reclaiming our power to co-create a better future and turning hope into action. And finally, I'd like to share some few points about anxiety. And as I said, the fear is growing and many carry fears and anxiety, and it was tangible in the conference. And to counter this, we had to educate ourselves and to reconnect with our natural inner state of peace. But there was also one woman in the studio from the faith movement, and she had 3 kids. And she shared about how she works with her 3 children to combat and to help them there with their anxiety for the future. And she's teaching her kids to manage their anxiety by transforming their emotions of anger and grief. And she stays with them, and she doesn't tell them not to be angry and not to be grieful. She just stays with them and share their feelings and encourage them. And she said powerlessness is a very scary emotion. So she helps her kids to find ways to act, especially together with other young people, so they don't feel alone with their feelings. And she's helping her kids to find a positive narrative, a positive story. And I thought she's creating the leaders of tomorrow, because it was said we need spiritual leaders, we need social leaders. And finally, I will finish with one slogan that the biggest contribution is to live without fear. And that's where meditation came in. And we're here in the house where we've been staying together, the Brahma Kumaris Echo team. We have had beautiful morning meditations together. And I was also touched by the energy our team has, and they go out early in the morning, come back late evening, and just share good vibrations all day. So that was my experience from the Wisdom Studio.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I think it was very rich and very touching. Thank you for sharing all these insights with us. Neil Kumarji, you would have any questions to Sonia or anyone else?
Thank you, Aneta, and a global namaste to you, Sonia, and Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
I love the spiritual angle that you brought at the end, because it came from your words and your tone as well. That, we need that contribution as well, because like Olo said, forget the top governments, even we at the grassroots have to start doing that. And you brought in this angle of meditation and keeping composed and quiet, and it resonated from your sound. Do you feel we are progressing towards a common goal of actually taking climate very seriously? Do you feel that?
Well, I would say it's my duty to keep a positive narrative. It's my duty to keep the vision of a sustainable harmony very active, very alive, and to share that positive outlook. And so I stick to my duty.
Wow, it's so amazing. And from because you were also there in the last COP, and climate wisdom was one of your own subject.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the climate wisdom has improved as well?
I would say that compared to last year, the climate disasters in the world has increased. We have had more floods also in Europe. We have had more tornadoes. We have had more heavy rainfall, especially in Northern Europe also. And in other parts of the world, there's just no water at all. So when the climate change hits the weather, it's not an academic or a scientific statement any longer. People really feel it and talk about it. So the awareness of climate change has increased since last year because of this. But I must also admit that the majority of people maybe just don't really know what's going on in depth. So, but it's increasing the awareness, but it also means anxiety is increasing.
And it's just 1 year. Last year, it was COP28, this is 29, and we have seen so many disastrous weather in so many parts of the world. So it's not just a particular sphere on the earth. So I think it's about time, as you say, and that's just in 1 year. So you can imagine if we don't take it serious now, what will happen in 20-25 years time? It's just going to be something we're just like in the movie. So Sonia, thank you very much. We love your contribution. You are always there. We have seen you so many times on Healing Our Earth. And Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, and keep healing, keep smiling, and keep remembering the positive future that will come at some point. Thank you.
Together, we will heal the earth slowly. Well,
Yes,
Aneta.
one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Aneta, maybe time for Caroline, and maybe we listen to what she has got lined up. Just before we call Caroline, Aneta?
Yes.
And obviously later you will be saying some views and some points of your, and last year you were again there as a co-host and everything. Do you feel we are progressing towards any positive direction?
Yes, so what I believe is that there are two energies that are actually growing. One is this negative, destructive energy causing all these disasters and suffering and anxiety, and it is very much visible. But I know that there is also the positive energy that is building. Maybe it's more underground, but it's getting stronger and stronger. And I saw it this time. I saw it at the COP with all different faith colleagues, with all different activists. And yes, they lose hope, but they have so much love that I believe this love finally will win. So I believe that this positive ascending trend is also getting stronger and stronger. It is a little bit incognito, but I believe it will get the momentum and it will be visible, and then the change will happen. And I've seen it in attitudes of so many people that I've met.
Thank you, Aneta. And a bit later, you will be also saying your points. Let's go to smiling Caroline, who has been on Healing Our Earth as well. And a hello to you, Caroline. And Aneta, can you please introduce her? Over to you, Aneta.
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce my friend, Caroline Fraude. Caroline is co-leading the Brahma Kumaris Center in Berlin. She is also on the board of Brahma Kumaris in Germany. She is also affiliated scholar at Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam, Germany. And I would say one of her specialities is to bring in dialogues in all these very complex spaces. So this is what she has been doing for many years, and also this year. Plus, what I learned from her is something what we call relational transformation, which as I understood it, is indeed at the foundation of the change that we want to bring about in the world. So Caroline will speak about the inner infrastructure for climate resilience. So Caroline, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita, and thank you for organizing this event. Everyone who is behind the scenes, it's really a special opportunity to share this so freshly whilst we are still here in Baku. Yeah, the conference has been completed and the news are out everywhere. Everyone is not very happy about the outcome. And we need to ask ourselves, what does that mean for me personally and for us as a community? Looking at the state where we are right now, and we can assume, having seen what's happening in the last couple of years, we can assume a little bit how the future will be. And that tells me we need to prepare. And the topic of inner infrastructure for climate resilience relates to this in two ways. And the first aspect, which I see in terms of the inner infrastructure, and I will talk a bit about this, what this means, is really the individual level, but then also, secondly, the societal level, how we need to prepare best. So infrastructure is a term which we use more in context of systems. For example, when we look at a city, how is the infrastructure of a city, which means how are the different parts of the city best related? Can people get best from A to B, and what is actually needed where, and best placed or best built? And in the same way, in the recent science, we are looking, especially in the context of complex issues like climate change, we try to understand things like climate change from a perspective which is built on a systems understanding. And systems understanding basically means that we are not entities which are just living on their own, but we are all interconnected and we influence each other in a positive way, but also in a negative way. So if somewhere something happens, it affects the whole system, if we want it or not. And this is why it's interesting to see at the climate change conference, when nations negotiate with each other, it's very clear that these politicians, these negotiators are still in the mindset of negotiating just for their own country, which doesn't make sense at all if you are sitting in a situation, or if you're in a system where you cannot separate one area of the system from another. We are talking about the Earth system. So it is really important now that we all shift more in our context, but also on the international level, into a different way of looking at these things. So to talk about my country just doesn't make sense. So that's just to explain a little bit the difference of systems thinking. But of course, we as individuals are also systems, and we are affected by the energy, by the news we hear, and all of that affects our mental state. So seeing what's happening now actually will bring up a lot of more frustration, fear, anxiety, hopelessness. And we need to be preparing ourselves on an individual level, in the sense that we are more sensitive, we get more sensitive to our own feelings. The moment we feel low, the moment we feel tensed, we need to take that more serious and be aware that it might also come from outside, from the atmosphere, from other people. So what I do in this case is really to stop, pause, concentrate, and become aware of my feelings, and become aware of I can change and I should change my feelings. So I change my attitude. I remind myself of my powers and all the successes I had to deal with difficult situations. So like actively activating my inner powers. So that's one thing on the mental level. But then on a societal level, the crisis we have, no individual country, no individual group can deal with. Resilience in a society is best if we work together in the best way. And when can we work together in the best way? Is when we know each other, when we trust each other, and we have a personal bonding with each other. I give you just one example. When there's a disaster somewhere in a local area, the official infrastructure of emergency help is always much, much slower and less efficient than the resilience on the ground. Like the people who live in that area know the area, they know each other, and they know how to pull resources. So that's the kind of an infrastructure on a community, on a societal level. But now I live in Berlin, and in Berlin, as far as I know, 2/3 of the population lives alone and is single. That's the trend in big cities. So how much do we actually have practice to collaborate with our neighbors, to have a personal emotional bonding with our neighbors, or where are we actually on a trend to disconnect, to not see each other, to not cooperate with, to be like, very much focused on ourselves. But this will not help us in disasters. And so to really prepare ourselves for what's coming, these social skills and social structures are very, very important. And some countries and some regions started already to support neighborhood collaboration. There are different initiatives who do that, so that you actually get to know your neighborhood again. You know about the skills someone has, and you help each other. So I think this is a big, big topic, which is till now quite overlooked and not understood how important this resource is. And so I would like to invite you to start making contact and even friendship with your neighbors, and start helping and each other. So to just sum that up a little bit, the inner and the societal level, how do we prepare ourselves to become climate resilient? Cultivating inner individual capacities, that is also making daily exercise for inner stability, creating powerful thoughts, meditation, and so on. But also learn to bond again with other people, creating relationships, investing in relationships. There is so much this attitude of not care and it's not my business, or I go home after my work day. No, let me invest in relationships, because relationships make us resilient. And then empathy, openness, compassion, trust, all of these things go with relationships. Yes, and then even decision making. It's so important that in a situation which we will face, where things happen we never faced before, we had this with COVID. No country had experience with the global global challenge like COVID, like a virus. So we had to learn on the spot. We had to make decisions on the spot. So decision-making skills and that openness for dealing with new situations in a group, in a community is very important as well. So thank you. Do you have any questions on that?
Oh, that was amazing. I think that was such a wonderful talk. We look at the big topic of environment and climate, but we really do not look at the inner engine that's supposed to be working. And this is the most powerful lesson I'm going to be taking back with me today. And that is about this social bonding, the emotional IQ that we should be developing. I think this is amazing. And when we're talking about mindset, today we had various guests coming in, and Dr. Scholler also came in the beginning, and she spoke about the mindset, how we have to change people's mindset. So this is not just about the mindset, it's about also emotional IQ that needs to be added to this as well, about how to be able to cooperate, live in harmony, care about each other, and have empathy about not just it's your issue, not mine, but it's our issue. Let's deal with it together. That was wonderful. So, Sister Carolyn, I just wanted to ask one question, which I thought was really good. How do we help people become more, what would you say, connected with each other? How do we develop this social IQ? How do we develop this emotional IQ in people? What advice can we give to people?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very important question. I would say one of the things we can offer is to learn to host dialogues. That means to invite people to come together for an hour or an hour and a bit, and to just be together and listen to each other. And as a facilitator, we can learn how to, what they call today, hold a space. That is a space of presence, of awareness, where you are really not looking at your mobile phone or thinking about other things, but you are emotionally or with your awareness connect with the other individuals in the room. So you practice feeling them, sensing the energy which a group creates together. And then we can invite a conversation from the heart, where people are learning that they can be vulnerable. It's a safe space. There are certain dialogue rules which you can offer them. For example, not to share things outside, which has been shared in a room, to observe your own thinking and reactions, to open your heart and to really practice not having prejudice, but to understand that there might be deeper things to understand for themselves rather than my quick reaction about someone or what someone says. And these things, to share a space of meaningful conversation, to listen, to learn, to connect. And that's just something we can practice again. It's an actual natural, but it's something we lost a little bit in our heavily, quickly world, stressy world, to take a moment and really listening, really connecting.
That's beautiful, lovely. That's great. So this is at least all our listeners out there, all throughout the world, whichever cultural background you come from, the language of the heart and the language of love and compassion is the same. So if we develop this all together, then I think we can create more unity amongst the diversity as well. So and harmony as well. So thank you for that. We have Neil Kumarji with us again. Neilji, did you have any questions? Did you have anything to perhaps share?
Thank you, honey, and a global namaste to you again, Caroline, and Om Shanti. I want to ask a question to Honey and Caroline both. Honey, I'll go to you first. You are very much environmentalist, and you're involved in a very big project called Planting a Tree. And a dream is to encourage people to plant 1 million tree, which is later in about half an hour's time. We are going to show the music and the reel and the momentum that is getting on. Do you feel, honey, that people are taking climate seriously now?
Well, I think, what I've realized is from what my experience has shown me is it's a deep subject sometimes, although it's something which is natural, which everybody should be aware of, but it's a deep subject. There are many factors, many areas layered in the field, in environment, biodiversity, this, that, there's so much. But what I've learned is when you use fun, creativity, and share powerful messages through that, then we can definitely start helping to educate our young people. Because the young minds, if you can help them to learn and to be aware and to become more, let's say, increase the environmental literacy amongst them, you will find that they'll start making better decisions. They will be aware of making the right decisions, even if they become politicians or they become businessmen or housewives. They'll know how to make better decisions. So I believe that it's better to use songs and music and dance and have fun with young people, and then share these really important environmental information with them, so they're learning whilst they're having fun. So yes, thank you for asking me that. So the song that we are launching, which is called Everybody Plant a Tree, it's where we've launched a song where we're inviting people to pay £1. And for that, you receive the song for free. But with that, there's a brochure, which is more important. And in that brochure, it tells you why it's important to protect our environment, why it's important to plant trees. So actually, it's more it's an educational program, but done in a fun way. So yeah, thank you, Neil, for asking. So hopefully we're going to get everybody, giving £1 and downloading the song and dancing away. And you will find out a little bit more about it very shortly.
And for those guests who are connected through us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and the website, and through our media partner channels, which we are live streaming this episode from, if you want to know more about that, Honey, our senior anchor, will be taking it up completely, showing you the song and telling you more and bringing so many guests who are actually involved in the production of the song. And that's 30 minutes from now. Let's go back to Caroline at the moment over here. Caroline, you've been on Healing Our Earth many times. Caroline, do you get this gut feeling that people have suddenly started to get the vibes that, yes, we must take climate seriously? Do you feel that around you?
Yes, actually, it's good you asked this, because even in the climate change conference, much more than ever, I see actors from top to grassroots who are very aware that we need to bring in the inner dimension of transformation to make this shift. They have been trying for years and pushing for years, and there are these walls of countries or individuals who don't want to move, but I would say, like little mushrooms popping up everywhere on all levels, on the Secretariat of the United Nations, on the level of negotiators for countries and directors of institutions. There you find everywhere more and more people who really are very serious about change, and also understand that we have to come from that deeper level of change, and they want to work together, and there are plans for that. So I'm hopeful that the good forces are combining and multiplying as well.
And even if they don't believe in it, look what's happened in the last 10 years itself, just the 10 years. We have seen climate that has got no pattern. Absolutely no pattern. We are keeping records for it, and it's in different parts of the country. So, Carol, thank you for giving your gut feeling. Thank you for your contribution. stay around. We are going to go to BK Aneta because she is there with you as well in Baku. And we want to know her views as well as to what she has found out, because we are getting live news from Baku where all the Brahma Kumaris are. So, honey, let's move to Sister Aneta, who is normally in Mount Abu, but she is also a coordinator for some of our events over here. So, Caroline, we'll tap into you in a while. Let's go to Sister Aneta. Honey, over to you.
Thank you, Neilji. Thank you, Caroline, as well. Thank you. And coming back to Sister Anita Ji, you've brought some amazing guests today. We've been really inspired and I think very well educated as well. And so many different areas and elements of the environment side. And again, like I shared, Sister Caroline shared about the emotional IQ, which we keep forgetting because we keep thinking, oh, let's switch off the water and switch off the lights, etc. But there is so much more to it on a deeper level so that more can be done. So from your side, Sister Aneta, from all the things that you have learned as well from the COP29, has there been anything that stood out for you? Is there something you're going to take back and implement within the Brahma Kumari organization also?
Yes. So once again, global namaste and Om Shanti. Om Shanti means greetings of peace. Om means I, peace means Shanti, so it means I am peace. And actually this is something what I would like to share today with everyone. And this is the relationship between peace and climate change. And I was very moved actually in a few side events where people were sharing about the consequences of conflicts, armed conflicts, wars on climate change, on environment. And I thought this is indeed something fundamental and transformative, but it is still not been recognized. However, it is coming to the surface. Like in Baku, the presidency, they launched Baku Call on Climate Action for Peace, Relief and Recovery. So this is an initiative that is to address the nexus between climate change, conflicts and humanitarian help. So something is starting to happen in that area. But as I educated myself, I understood how important this topic is. So peace, or rather lack of peace, has huge effect on environmental degradation, and also it accelerates the climate change. And there are different types of conflicts or wars that we are facing today. And today already Sonia, Golo and Caroline, they mentioned all these different aspects, but I would like to go a little bit into depth of that. So the first war that actually we are having right now, it's a war that human beings are waging on the nature. So the General Secretary of the UN, Antonio Guterres, he said that this is the worst war that we could start because we are totally unaware of the consequences of this war. And human beings inflict wounds on the nature that are very difficult to be healed. And then nature, it's not that it is the nature of Earth to retaliate, but it strikes back. It strikes back because it has to react. And then the reactions are very harsh, very difficult in terms of this very intense and very difficult weather events, extreme weather events, in terms of the rising sea levels, in terms of land degradation, in terms of water pollution, water scarcity. So then the question is why? Why do we do it? So in the spirituality, we always want to get to the seed of the problem. And when we understand the seed, then we are able to heal it and to make a change. So I believe that the seed or the root cause of this war is really the lack of respect. Earth has been sustaining us for millennia, and it has been doing it totally selflessly. But somewhere on the way, we lost respect towards Mother Earth. We started to exploit it, to overuse it, to treat it really bad. And again, the question is why? So what I can do now to change it? And it always comes back to me, to all of us. So here, I think the question is of the self-respect that I lost. I lost the true identity of myself. I forgot who I am. And then I also, if I don't respect myself, if I feel unworthy, then I cannot respect anyone or anything. So the answer to this problem, the way to heal this conflict is really to think about all the different things that Mother Earth provides us, to have gratitude, to appreciate, and to do it in the conscious way, and to emerge these feelings of gratitude, appreciation, and then in this way to change the relationship. So to humanize Mother Earth, we can say, to create a relationship of care and love and compassion. And then it will change the worldview for me and for others. And that will heal Mother Earth. This is one kind of war we are at right now. Another one, and I've been to few side events which were speaking on that. This is the war that we have with one another as nations. And I was really shocked when I learned about some statistics, which I would like to also share with you right now. So for example, we know that one of the main reasons of the climate change is the emission of carbon, the CO2. And nobody speaks about that, but actually the military carbon footprint is it contributes to the global emissions at the level of 5.5%. And it is huge, actually, contribution. This contribution is bigger than all countries in Africa combined. This contribution is higher than all aviation and all mobility carbon footprint in the whole world. If military were a country, it would be the fourth highest emitter in the whole world. So where is military at this negotiation table? It is not existing. Nobody speaks about it, but the consequences are huge and very damaging. So it's time actually to understand the consequences of that and see again what is the root cause and how we can address it. So one is the carbon footprint of military, but another thing is the spendings. And last year, the spendings globally on military activities, and this actually doesn't include the real conflicts, it's only the preparation. So it accounted for $2.4 trillion. And as Golo was explaining in the beginning, actually, to effectively address climate change, developing countries requested $1 trillion, so much less than all these huge spendings that every year humanity does on military, on armory. So this is something really to consider. And then it's very clear that actually there cannot be climate justice, there cannot be environmental justice without peace. Because wars also have very destructive consequences on environment. Water pollution, land degradation, food insecurity, and scarce resources. And all of this very often cause migration, cause displacement of people, cause more and more conflicts. So it has to be really made very clear that we cannot keep neglecting this. We cannot pretend that this has nothing to do with this environmental climate crisis that we face right now. So then from spirituality point of view, from Brahma Kumari's point of view, what we advocate for, what we explain, what is our message, is that this violence actually starts within. The first violence that we have, that we do, is against ourselves. It's the violence when, again, I forget who I am, and when I suppress the true identity and the innate goodness in me. I suppress it so much, I forget about it so much, that I start looking outside for validation. I start looking outside for love, for happiness. And then this creates division. This creates the division between I and you, we and they, mine and yours. That divides us. And then it fuels ego and greed and jealousy. And when we extrapolate it from individual, from community to society, then the conflicts, the wars began. So one reason for really the violence outside that is caused from inside is the lack of self-love and lack of self-care. So our contribution to all the spaces is really to show this trajectory from inside out, from my awareness to my attitude, to my words, to my actions, to my relations, to the world at the end of this trajectory. So we always have to go back to the seed and see how I can heal the seed within me. Self-love and self-worth and inner power, which we lost. And the way to heal it is really spirituality. And there are so many different ways we can do according to our faith traditions. But what is important is to understand this trajectory and really to take time to heal the self with kindness, with love, and with help from the divine. Because as I now became empty, I can recharge myself, I can feel myself from the source of peace, the source of love, the source of power. So this is what we have been also offering in the COP space. As it was also mentioned, first time ever, actually, there were so many opportunities to have meditations, to have prayers, to have contemplation, to have silence together. And I believe it was very healing. It was healing for those people who participated in those sessions, but also in general for everyone who was present in that space through the atmosphere of peace and love that we were all collectively creating.
That is just so amazing. This is beautiful. And you know what you mentioned about the war, and I think that is really amazing that you mentioned something about 5.5% of all the pollution that's being released in the air. It's through the military, and that's also maybe just practicing sometimes, not even the real war. So I think these statistics are really important for people to be able to understand, and also put everything into perspective. That look, if we can do this to protect our planet, you know, where do we want to invest our money? And anyway, peace, like you said, seems to be such a big part of the environmental crisis that we're facing at this moment. And having inner peace, as you mentioned. And you talked about connecting to the source, of course, becoming more soul conscious, being able to connect with who we really are. And we are meant to be love. And that's like the highest vibration that we could, vibrate in. And if you were vibrating in that, then you would probably not damage the Mother Earth, because you would be full of compassion and love for everything in life. So that's may I ask, what can our viewers out there do in order to maybe begin a process where they become a little bit more connected to themselves inside? What kind of perhaps meditation practice they could try? Or is there anything you could suggest, any advice you can give so that we could provide our viewers from all around the world with a step forward, like first action they can take to start moving in that? Some people may think, oh, I love myself anyway, I'm fine. But there is always, when you go deeper in layers, you always realize that there is a lot to clear up from within as well, so that you can become the best version of yourself. What would you advise and give guidance to the rest of our viewers?
Yes, thank you for this practical question. I believe it always starts from the will. I need to want it. If I don't want it, then I will not do it. So I would encourage everyone really to think about this trajectory and to create this willingness for me to heal myself, because it's really, if I heal myself, then I can heal the world. I cannot heal the world without healing myself. So to understand this, and then to create time and space for a little reflection, contemplation. I think it is important to create specifically this time and space just for me, so I can reflect. And sometimes it's difficult to do it, but one beautiful and I think effective way is to do it via gratitude. Like think really about gratitude for Mother Earth and then also for myself. And see, because sometimes it's difficult to see the good points of myself. What are the positive sides of myself? And actually what in this healing process, what we want to do, we want to emerge, we want to empower the positivity that we are. Love, we are love. Peace, we are peace, but we have forgotten about it. So let me remember the moments when I was peaceful, when I was loving, and empower these moments in the specific time of sitting in quiet reflection. And by emerging these moments, they will grow in me. And then I can take them with me and use them during the day. So I think gratitude and focusing on values that are within me in a very conscious way, really. And then during the day, you know, there is this very simple method of SOS, you know, like when I feel not well, or even if I feel well, every hour, have a moment, like a traffic control on the road. You know, when we drive, we have to see if we go in the right direction and if we are in the right movement. So also for my thoughts, let me take a moment as I go during the day and check how I'm feeling. What am I thinking? Is it a positive thought or negative thought? Let me take a moment, reflect and check, change and check. So the first moment in the day, and then as I go, create these small spaces of reflection and finish also with gratitude for yourself, for the divine and for the universe.
So beautiful. That is actually very nice, very practical. And we can all do this, every single one of us. We can all do this. And you mentioned about the gratitude, focus on the good qualities, because they say wherever you focus on, that's where the energy goes, right? and the more you focus on that area, the more of that vibration and energy and frequency will grow within you. So if you think about becoming peaceful, you start becoming more peaceful because your focus is in that area. And you also talked about every hour, you know, perhaps spending a couple of minutes or a minute just to bring yourself back on track again, just in case you're going all over the place. And we do live stressful lives, so this is a great way to keep ourselves balanced and in the middle. You stay in the middle part. It's very, very wonderful, practical, information there. And Sister Anita, is there any final messages that you may wish to share with our viewers regarding the COP29, climate, spirituality, peace, anything that you feel is a very important message to share with the world? Any final words that you feel?
Yes, what I would like to say is that indeed we are in a dark time of our life, and everything what we see outside can make us hopeless, and we can become anxious. But we can look at the nature, and according to the spirituality that we learn, that we practice, we know that after the dark night there is a light, there is day that will come. So just to keep this understanding in yourself and keep emerging this light. in the consciousness that we are light, and the more again we will reflect on it, we will experience it, then the light will become stronger. So after the dark night, there will be light. So it is not only hope, actually it is guaranteed, it is a law. And this kind of understanding, but also this experience of being light and connecting with the divine light and sharing light will bring light to the world.
So beautiful. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this wonderful section. Neilji is here joining us as well. I'm sure he's feeling the same. Neilji, what did you think of these wonderful guests who are talking to us all the way from our COP29 and sharing real insights of what's happening out there?
It's so wonderful to get the live news because they are still there in Baku in Azerbaijan. There's a big entourage from Brahma Kumaris every year. For last several years, they attend there, and Sister Jayanti actually is also one of the guest speakers generally, and she brings so much spirituality in the angle. And Aneta also mentioned that it's not just physical change in the climate that we need to work and implement. We need to spiritually and socially also got to take it serious. Aneta, you know, I asked Golo, Sonia, Caroline, I'm going to ask you the same question here once again. Whilst you were there, what gut feeling did you take? Do you feel, and because you've been there not just this year, you've been there before, are we progressing towards taking climate seriously? Do we realize that it is very serious? Just in the last 5 years, we have seen complete pattern of weather that we have never known before in all the hemisphere and continents. So do you feel inside you that apart from the governments and organization coming together, your colleagues or the people we are sitting, because when you finish the conference, you chit chat, that everybody is serious and bringing little projects in their own way?
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to say that we are not serious enough in terms of understanding how big crisis it is. And it's not climate crisis, it is a spiritual crisis. I think we are not there yet, but we are getting there. And also, how serious we are, I think it depends where we come from. Because when we live in the countries that are still not so much affected by this climate change, it is still a kind of comfort zone. Like, for example, in Poland. Only now we see some effects, some symptoms of climate change in terms of little flood there, bigger flood there, and drought here and there. But people who live, for example, in Africa or on islands in Pacific Ocean, for sure they take it very seriously because they experience it every day. It is their life experience. And this year, one of the topics was, of course, loss and damage aspect. But faith communities, they brought an aspect which is called non-economic loss and damage. So non-economic means there are so many losses and damages, not only on financial side, economy side, but on inner side, like loss of culture, loss of faith, loss of life of someone whom we love, trauma that we experience when we have to move. We have to leave everything behind. The whole, everything what we achieved during the whole life, we have to leave. Home, we have to leave. Jobs, we have to leave. And very often in those areas that are affected so much, even different religious practices have to be abandoned because we are not able to do them anymore because of the changes that happened. So these people take it very seriously. But I believe still there is a lot of work in terms of creating awareness and creating experience for many other people in the whole world. But it is happening. It is a process and we are getting there. And we will keep doing it like we have been doing it for the last 15 years. And the community of people who understand it is growing. So I'm
Aneta,
hopeful.
we are very proud of the contribution from the Brahma Kumaris, not just at country level through the United Nations, where Sister Jayanti actually heads for the Europe, and apart from being an additional administrative head, and all your contributions, and particularly that Brahma Kumaris were one of the first one to roll out a massive solar panel energy driven center there in Mount Abu so many years back, where people were surprised, what are they doing? And now everybody is in a need of it, because we need that. So Anita, thank you very much for organizing all the guests. It's been wonderful. Let's have a quick question from Lata, and then we're going to move on to our song release and our wonderful guests, including Twang Twang, who is here as well, and Bali and Paras and Stefania. So Lata, your quick question before we move on to the next round, and Aneta is here for you if you want to answer any question.
It's a sobering thought question, actually, because I was just saying, how many years do you think we've got left if we carry on in this way, where we're coming to no negotiation and we're getting in an impasse, you know, and really we're fighting with spirituality, we're fighting with moral values, we're really, it's a war against Earth, Mother Earth. I mean, you know, does greed have to win? How many years have we got left in this, you know, because it seems nobody's really taking it very seriously. They're just, you know, it seems to be a facade, this COP. But no, once a year, you know, it just doesn't seem, like you said earlier, too little, too late, you know. How long have we really got left if we carry on like this, realistically?
Okay.
There you are, Anita. She wants to know how many years. Of course, there are still
Yes.
to go, but we are rapidly deteriorating. Your thoughts on it, Anita?
Sure. Thank you for this question, a very difficult question, and I am not able to answer it in terms of specific number of years, but I know it is a transformation. This will not, there is no end. It's a transformation, and this transformation has to happen, and it will happen thanks to those who create this positive change. So I would ask a different question, not how many years we still have left, but what do I do right now? Actually, in terms of time, now is the most important time, because now we create a change, we make a difference now. So I would really focus rather on thinking how many years we still have, and this actually question creates a lot of anxiety and fear. So no need to think about this. Better to think what I can do now, and I do now for myself, to change myself and to help others change. I would answer it in this way.
Well, honey, I think Anita has summarized it very correctly. Then let's not panic. Let us concentrate what we can contribute to stabilize the climate. We will never be able to improve what we have done, but if we can stabilize it, then we can stop the further deterioration. Thank you, Anita. Wonderful.
Thank you.
It's the time, it's an evening dinner time for all of you there in Baku. Thank you very much for coming live right from Azerbaijan with all the troops. Thank you, and Om Shanti.
Sister
Om Shanti.
Shanti, thank you for a wonderful, wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Thank you so much.
Well, honey, it's time for us to bring our project over there, where it's not just through the song, but it's through trees, because trees are very important. We have actually slashed and destroyed so much greenery and trees. Trees plays an important part in our life because they actually consume carbon dioxide and give us oxygen. They bring greenery, they bring shade. They are so important in our life. And one of the projects that you love, and you're involved in other projects as well, is plant a tree. And what did you come up with?
Yeah, 1 million trees every year.
Yes.
Yeah, so
And what did you do? You brought your talent to forefront. You love the dancing to songs. Then you got few people round together. You're now going to tell us the story, and we've also got we got Twang Twang here. Twang Twang, if you can landscape your screen, please, so it looks landscape, so we will get a better view. We've got Abosade here. We've got Bali here. We've got Nelly here as well, and we've got Paras here as well. We've got so many people. So, honey, shall we play the song first?
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me share with you while you're here, Neilji, before we bring Twang Twang on board.
Yes.
Being a district chair for the Rotary Committee, we've been working on various different environmental initiatives, of course. But on top of that, I'm also a co-founder of the International Children's Peace Network. And the International Children's Peace Network provides holistic training to young people to develop youth leaders. And one of the areas that we work on is the environment, to help to educate young people about the environment. So this project that we are going to be speaking about in the next hour, of course, inviting various different guests who are working on different projects. We are working on every single project on some capacity. So every single one is going to be working with us. And this song that we are launching at this moment, the funds that are raised are going to support these campaigns. So the various campaigns that we're working with our partners. So I just thought I'll share that with you, Neilji. And now, of course, we will be inviting Twang Twang, and I'm going to be inviting a series of guests who will all be speaking to us about why the environment is so important and the kind of projects we are working on collectively.
That's beautiful, honey. And then we will also tell people in case how they want to contribute, then we will give them a link where to go to. It's very simple, not asking for your money and your credit card or anything. It's just £1 equivalent to £1 sterling, but you get a lot of things in return. Honey will tell you what you get in that. And in any case, still visit the website so you can learn more about it. And honey, shall we actually play the song first? Have we got it ready?
Oh, absolutely. Would you like
to play the song first, and then we can go to Twang Twang. And Twang Twang, if you can landscape your screen, please, so it will help. So we got time, honey. Let's play the song first because we want to play it 2-3 times. So it's fun. It's a fun style. It's not just for youngsters. I think everybody will love it. So over to you, honey. How long did it take to make the song, honey?
I'm going to share this.
Yes. And your sound is cut off, honey. Make sure you join the audio as well when you share the screen, okay?
Space, yes. But amidst the devastation, there is hope to be found by planting some sacred trees on the hallowed ground.
There you go.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
In the midst of deforestation, there is a crisis we face. Millions of trees lost, leaving a barren space. Yes. But amidst the devastation, there is hope to be found by planting some sacred trees on the hallowed ground.
Everybody plant a tree now.
Absorbs carbon dioxide.
Everybody plant a tree now.
Delivers oxygen.
Everybody plant a tree now.
We all need.
Everybody plant a tree now.
In the symphony of nature where melodies play, every tree planted show keep it correct. Just spin and a jump, let's celebrate. In the groove of planting is never too late. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. In the meadows of happiness, stories told. Pumpkin, carrot, tomato, ackee and more. Mother Nature's gift coming straight from the floor.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
In a world of green, where the rhythm's alive, seeds in the soil, let's take a dive. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. In the meadows of happiness, stories told, with a pearl and and a swirl. Let's join the spree. Please plant a tree and set it free. From the roots so deep to the branches so high. Dance with the trees and let's reach for the sky. Some backward trees, some yellowwood trees, some green pine and some banyan and some walnut trees. From the seeds to the leaves, birds and bees lives in ease. Twang twang and honey spreading loving seeds. From the farm, is a planting of trees while life goes on. It's a planter in bomb, me a planter in Aubrey. Sang in Kushu, planter un albiro. Make it a decree, create a legacy. Every tree planted is a grand story. From the root rounded to the leaf that spin. Dance with the trees that the party begin. Underneath that star where the rhythm's alive. Dance with the trees, they make us survive. Everybody plant a tree now. 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 Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Participate. Participate. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's all unite. Come join the team. Come join the team. And build a dream. And build a dream. Plant trees at home. Between the stones. Everybody plant a tree. No, 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 no. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree. No, 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 no. Everybody plant a tree now.
Wow, honey, it was so beautiful that if you don't want to mess about with twang twang, plant a tree now. He's saying everybody plant a tree now. Honey, I loved it because Twang Twang was there with his spade and you were there with your spade and everybody was enjoying. I think this is going to catch up so much that we need to make sure that it goes viral out there. So it'll be so beautiful. At your end, if you could mute the sound, let it play again, not on the screen. Let it play so it buffers. So it will play completely in situ rather than frozen screen because we're going to show it again twice to the people. So behind the screen, just mute the sound, let it play for a while. It will buffer. And honey, Twang Twang is here live. So those who saw that Twang Twang who said, don't mess about, plant a tree now, not tomorrow. You start it now. Well, let's welcome Twang Twang. Honey, over to you. Introduce him and take it over. Thank you, honey.
Thank you very much. And hello, Twang Twang. Hello. A global namaste to you. If we can hear whilst Twang Twang is getting the sound on, let me tell you a little bit about my lovely next guest. He's the incredible Twang Twang, an artist whose infectious energy and unique sound are inspiring people around the world. And this is also not just inspiring, but inspiring for them to take action to support our planet. So Twang Twang is one of the creative forces behind the Everybody Plant a Tree song. And we've both worked together to create this powerful anthem designed mainly to raise awareness and, of course, funds for 1 million trees planting campaign. Also to support various other environmental campaigns. So the aim is, of course, to combine music, dance, and a message of hope. And Twang Twang's work isn't just entertainment, because what I think it's a movement. It's a movement to bring communities together and to heal the world and to heal the earth. And with his vibrant performances, which we have been involved in the last few months, and especially the last few weeks, I can see that he's got this really deep commitment to make a difference. And he's also seeing and using creativity to create change. So I would like to welcome Twang Twang. Thank you very much for joining us here, the voice and energy behind Everybody Plant a Tree campaign. So hi, Twang Twang.
Hello, honey. Thanks for having me on this wonderful occasion.
Oh,
I'm so proud to be a part of it.
We are very proud to have you here. First of all, what did it feel like, to see this music video being shown to the world? I think we're probably over 100 countries soon who'll be seeing all of this. What do you feel like? We started with an idea of supporting environmental initiatives, and from there, this tree planting song is becoming such a bit of a hype, isn't it?
Oh, honey, it's like a fresher breath here. When I met you that day this January 1st, and we decided to go forward with this tree planting project, it's like a breath of fresh air. And it's so wonderful to see the people gravitating and the people acknowledge that trees planting is so essential in this day and age because of so much deforestation, honey. If we continue to let it go like that, we won't be alive. There won't be no matter hurt. So what we're doing is substantial and we got to keep it going.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also, Twang Twang, because you got inspired to write his song previously. You used to work in a flower shop before, right?
Oh, and yes, honey. So my story, yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah, so actually, I am a writer I was a kid growing up loving trees. Where I'm from, back home in Jamaica, if I eat a piece of cane and throw it through the window, it grows. If sometimes the banana skin grows. So, I used to get up, I used to go to the farm just for my breakfast to have a jelly coconut, eat 2 okras, 2 green corns, just as it is for breakfast. And, so I love trees. So, that's when I decide after the corona, because I wasn't doing no music no more. I was, doing other things. But after the pandemic, I was associated with these people with a flower shop. So, we were selling flowers and I was telling them, buy a tree, plant a tree. I was like the tutor. I was like you, honey, the mentor. So, yeah. And then the idea come, I start finding the words for the song. And then, I put that song up when you met Joseph, because we want to give it from where it started, So that's when I make that song. I create that everybody, that song was called Please Plant a Tree. So I put it on YouTube. That's my first song. And even up to this moment, it's my only song on YouTube, because when you heard it the first day of January when we met, because Josie had let you heard it prior to, and then when you invite me aboard for us to remix this song, oh, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's a different. And oh God, honey, I cannot explain the journey, so let's go. More questions. I will get there.
Yeah, so Twang, since that time, we did some research together. We found out what makes #1 hit songs. We found out what people enjoy. We sat there writing this, rewrote the song again. And
yes,
then
not to cut you, honey, but remember, this rhythm, we had 3 different songs that we combined and to make this reggae hip-hop mento beat, because we used the Magarina. Hey, Magarina, we tried that. And hey, everybody dance now. Pump, 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 and this was a couple others. So then we decided we're going to make the rhythm for this song, because that version that I had, it was a reggae slow beat, and you wanted something more hypey, hip-hop, dancey, because you're a dancer and you love your movements, Yeah. So
we had a really good journey with this. And the important part is both of us are environmental lovers. And our aim was to encourage people to plant trees. So, I just wanted to share on the screen here, just for people to understand. This is this is the project when we launched it, that we were saying to everybody to come along on board. Rotary is one of our partners who is coming on board to support us. But now we have many other partners who we are working with. And the aim is, as you can see here, if we can see right at the bottom, is to help us plant 1 million trees to help protect our planet. And what we are inviting everybody to do is to just order the song. Here is a QR code that you can just click on and donate £1, £5, £10, whatever you want. But in return, you received this wonderful song that they got a chance to listen to. How important is this for you, Twang Twang? What would it feel like when we actually go and plant these 1 million trees? What would it feel like for you?
Only I want to be realistic. It's gonna be. I already felt the feelings already because we start planting tree already. We plant trees for the mayor at 2 places already. So then and there, I get the feelings inside of planting this 1 million trees or assisting people to plant the trees. It's an overwhelming feelings, and I feel like I'm doing something positive for Mother Earth, and I should be blessed because of this. Because it's not a lot of people doing all of this. So we are blessed to be doing this, and I think it's an act of God that we met to be doing this together. And with you behind it, honey, you are a mentor, you are an actor, honey, you're a dancer, you also a doctor, and you have patience. So we're gonna reach somewhere.
Well, with our help, we have people like Healing Our Earth teams. We have Rotary. We have these wonderful summer fun meditation groups. We have the Bala Foundation. We have International Children's Peace Network. We have so many. And now the Commonwealth Countries League who's coming on board to support us as well. So we have some amazing partners who are coming and joining forces. And look at this on the screen, all the various performances that you've been doing. Literally every single person inviting you to come along to perform, and of course everyone buying a song and supporting. And I really feel that whoever's listening out there, today with the COP29 topic that we're discussing on how to change the world, well, this could be one step forward. Everybody can just share a link, share this particular project with their friends and family, and just invite everybody to pay £1, and £1 will help to download this song. And of course, I just wanted to share with everybody the fact that people are not just going to be getting a song, but they actually get a special brochure. So this brochure I would like to share on the screen so that you get a chance to see. This brochure is beautiful because every single person who will be downloading a song will be also receiving this Everybody Plant a Tree brochure. And this brochure helps you to understand why it's important to plant trees, and the importance of environment conservation, the benefits of healthy environments, etc., etc. And it's catered for children as well. It's catered to support young children to also get involved in environmental things. So this actual brochure will be going out hopefully to 1 million people around the world, helping to educate 1 million people. So the aim is not just to fundraise and plant 1 million trees. Is that right, Twang Twang? But it's also right to educate 1 million people around the world.
But Oni, I have a question for you. I want to ask you, right?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, if you should be a tree, what kind of tree would you rather to be?
Beautiful. There'll be one of the two, right? I'd either be an tree, really firm, and be there for years and years to come, so that I can provide shade and provide, lots of oxygen to the world, so I can be useful as a sturdy tree. So, and oaks are very British, so we know that they're. Or I would probably be a fruit tree of some sort that I can continuously give, like whether it's mangoes or bananas or something, apples. So I would continuously like to give because I'm one of those people who loves giving and contributing. But it's a good question.
Me too. I would like to be. I would rather to be a mango tree. Keep giving fruits for food because from the day we were born, we're eating from the farm. It's the planting of trees while life goes on. And only I would like to talk about the importance of the song and the way we make this song. I didn't finish on that subject because
back on, Twang Twang. I'm inviting you back again. So we'll be asking, yes. I'm inviting you if you stay around. We're going to move on to Nelly, and then I'll be inviting you back on again, and we'll continue discussing a few more things about the song. So thank you very much. Stay there, and we'll.
No problem.
Actually right now, so we can make sure that we can say a global namaste to Nelly. A global namaste, Nelly. Nelly Stefano.
Namaste, everybody. Glad to be with you. I've been for a few hours. It was an amazing session. I highly appreciate so interesting talks, so inspirational. It was great experience.
I'm so proud. And I just wanted to share with everybody and our viewers, this is lovely Nelly Stefanova, an inspiring woman, a really amazing lady. And I just want to do a quick little introduction about her because it's really important for you to understand who this beautiful, passionate advocate for youth empowerment is. She's a global peace builder, our Nelly is. And Nelly is here to share exciting details about the upcoming International Children's Peace Assembly, which is set to take place in London in April 2025 and in Bulgaria in August 2025. Initiative brings children together from around the world to engage in holistic training, nurturing their leadership skills, supporting their emotional well-being, the environment. And a key component of the assembly is its focus on peace and environmental activities. And this, of course, includes the 1 million trees planting campaign and distribution of the Saving Our Planet book to all the various different schools to educate young minds. So Nelly's dedication to creating a future generation of eco-champions and peace builders is nothing short of extraordinary. So thank you, Nelly, for joining me today, because I know the work that you're doing is absolutely incredible. Tell us a little bit about the International Children's Peace Network that we're both co-founders of.
Yes, really. I'm blessed to have Dr. Hani Kalaria as our founding partners of our community interest company, International Children's Peace Network. Actually, we envisage a world where children will be nurtured with positive values and diverse cultural experiences and will become ambassadors of peace. Through our initiatives, we strive to build bridges of understanding and cultivate a global community dedicated to harmony. Our focus areas include peace, education, creativity, environment, of course, and peace, education, creativity, and environment, all our efforts are aimed at developing inspiring future leaders who will care about Mother Earth, as we have one Earth to live on before we go to Mars. Still, we have only one Earth. And then inspiring future leaders who will be peace ambassadors and will try to change the world, as we need the children to play a crucial role in shaping strong leaders of tomorrow, dedicating to making this world a better place. And I do apologize to everybody attending this fantastic event, only to give me 1 minute before we continue with the leaders of tomorrow, because tomorrow is based also on the past. And the past, I would like to share with you in 1 minute, great success story about the past. And it's regarding the International Children's Peace Assemblies. I had the pleasure to be one of participants. There are many stories I could share, but I would like simply to give very, very short brief information, simply to know how we connect the past with the present and the future. In the past, in the distant 1979, International Children's Peace Assembly was held in Sofia in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is in Europe, and children from 79 countries came to Bulgaria. So, although initially it was one-off initiative, the positive international response led to the assembly being held every 3 years. So, in total, we had 4 assemblies, 4 meetings of children, 4 festivals. From children from around the world came to Bulgaria, not known to many people in the world. And until 1989, we had about 4,000 children from 140 countries who attended these assemblies, which have been supported by the United Nations, UNESCO, UNICEF, and other international organizations. the United Nations recognized the International Children's Assembly as messenger of peace. And what is more important for me is that after these assemblies, international peace movement started in the world, in 9 countries, in Brazil, in India, France, Portugal, Mexico, Belgium, Austria, to mention a few. So that's the past. We have decided that this needs to be revived, to restart these such unique events recognized by most important international organizations, but in a new format, not in every 3 years as in the past, these assemblies to be held in Bulgaria, but every 2 years, even 1 or 2 years, not finally decided. For the time being, we have London as first pilot project, and then Bulgaria, and then in other countries, other continents. And really our end game, so to say, is really to start now, needed as more than ever, international peace movement. So now let me come back to our activities, which we intend to arrange during the International Peace Assembly in London. The highlights will include a celebration of unity and action for peaceful and greener future. They include Youth Leadership Forum, a stage for children to share their stories, their struggles and their hopes, inspiring the world with their courage and resilience. Cultural showcase. We intend to arrange a talent show which will celebrate the diversity of talented children from all over the world. Then workshops on peace building will be organized, hands-on sessions that will teach practical tools for resolving conflicts and fostering cooperation, led by renowned peace builders. Cultivate future leaders. The Assembly's ultimate goal is to nurture participants as peace-loving and peace-building personalities who will care very much about the Mother Earth. That's why we'll have environment awareness initiatives, activities designed to educate and inspire children to cherish and protect our planet. And this will include tree planting, workshops organized by wildlife and other organizations. And through these efforts, participants will learn how to make the earth bloom and with health and vitality, ensuring it remains a heaven for generations to come. So, last but not least, the children will vote for Children's Parliament, which will have their debates at House of Parliaments, and it will be a call on world leaders to commit to a future where energy to every child can enjoy a happy life in peace on our healthier, greener planet. It will be sent to the United Nations General Secretary. I can continue, but my nice partner will stop me, I think.
Yeah, Nelly, this is going to be very exciting. So I just wanted to let all our listeners and viewers understand that the International Children's Peace Assembly will be taking place in London next year in April. Healing Our Earth is going to be a big part of this as well, supporting this wonderful campaign to educate young people holistically, with one of the topics being environment. And of course, there will be a second assembly that will be taking place in August in Bulgaria, again, for more children who couldn't make the first one. So we will be working alongside our partners like the Rotary in London, with our Commonwealth Countries League, with Samarkand meditation groups, and various other organizations to invite children from around the world. So this will be amazing, Nelly. Nelly, please do stay around. We are going to be speaking to a few more people. I just wanted to share something. This is what the International Children's Peace Network is all about. So I just wanted to share a quick little video. Next guest here. And there you go. I'm just going to share this for you. There you go. So there you go. That's a little bit of a little promo of what International Children's Peace Network does. So, which is fantastic. Nelly, do stay around. We're going to move on to our next wonderful guest. And this is Paras Mansheri, who's joining us from the Samarpan UK organization. First of all, a global namaste, Paras ji.
Global namaste to everybody. Thank you
Global
for
namaste.
giving this opportunity to be here.
That is, we are so pleased to have you here because we're going to be talking a little bit more about how we are working together to plant trees and to work on environmental initiatives. But before then, let me do a quick little introduction. Paras Maisheri is a managing trustee of Samarpan Meditation UK, which is an organization dedicated to promoting inner peace and holistic well-being through the ancient teachings of the Himalayan guru, His Holiness Shiv Kripanand Swami. Paras has also been very instrumental in spreading the transformative benefits of Samarpan meditation, which focuses on spiritual growth, mental clarity, and physical health. And he tirelessly works to make these teachings accessible to communities across the UK. So one of the practitioners is me, working on doing this particular meditation technique. I do this regularly, and it supports us with the mind, body, soul, I would say mind, body, soul development. So one of the things that he teaches is how we should connect to nature and the environment. So today, Paras will be sharing some insight project that we're working together on, which is being put together with the Samarpan Garden Committee, which and the main project is the Samarpan Peace Gardens.
Peace Garden, yes.
Which is an initiative not only for celebrating tranquility and peace, but also enjoying biodiversity and enjoying spending time in. I wanted to say thank you very much for doing such great work. I'm so proud to be part of your gardening committee and being part of it. But before then, please tell us a little bit about the work that Samarpan does, and tell us a little bit about this project, the Peace Gardens project.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for being welcoming onto the lovely Healing on the Earth program. Samarpan meditation is a very simple and a unique method of connecting yourself to your soul. And what we do is we teaches everybody. It started originally from India, which was in 1999, and it spread around 70 countries around the world. The good thing is about it is it's absolutely free. It is about nature, and nature is priceless, and that's what we believe. And what we give to the nature, we get it from the nature. So we come up with this wonderful idea of which we have a lovely Samarpan meditation ashram, which is based in Nottinghamshire. And we had a beautiful ashram which we wanted to make it more of where trees, berries, plants, wild animals, birds and things, which we came up with this brilliant idea of creating a Samarpan Peace Garden. Yeah, so you will see the Honey sharing the document. It's wonderful initiative which we took, and Honey Kalari is the lead of this whole project. Which what we give to the nature is very important, and it's what we say is if we do it now, it will benefit coming future generation, and also the soil and the plants and the animals, which will really benefit out of it. And as we talk about meditation, it's also help us to balance yourself. We'll have balance of your aura, your chakras in the body. You connect to yourself. It's wonderful, lovely fragrance of flowers. So it's phenomenal journey which we started. We took initiative. We come up with the idea, and this is where we have now have structured up ourselves. We did very first initiative, which was really important for us to move forward and take the step on the auspicious occasion on His Holiness, the founder of Samagam Meditation. We did the first tree plantation event, which was been honored, and we was very grateful. Mayor of Rushcliffe Council and even the councillor came during that thing, and the phenomenal Twing Twing, which made moves and made everyone so lively that even when they were there, the mayor was singing about everybody plant a tree, dancing. The event was so phenomenal, successful, that we had few media have been already recognized ourselves, but it's going to Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire community, and the council itself has promoting this wonderful peace garden, which will not only help the community around us, but we are also indirectly we are supporting the nature in various way. And that's where Honey itself is a phenomenal. She has been she's been working really hard to make this project successful, and that was the first lead which we managed to crack on, and it was a grand success.
Well, let me show a little bit of the video there. I think let's share a little bit of what happened with the mayor of Rushcliffe, because I think that was really good fun, wasn't it? I'm just going to share a little bit of a video for you. Hopefully people can see it.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
Honey, I think it's not working.
Deforestation, there is a crisis we face. Millions of trees lost, leaving a barren space. Yes. But amidst the devastation, there is hope to be found by planting some sacred trees.
See?
Honey, I think the video was not playing. I think just the music was coming up.
So carry on talking, Honey, and then as soon as the video is ready, we can play that.
Yes,
Make sure it appears on the screen before we share with the sound, okay?
And
sound was there. It was playing at your end, the video, but
yes,
it wasn't shared. So it's okay.
Could I share it now? Can you see it?
Yes, now we can see, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. It should play actually. I think it's a little bit of an issue with this. What would you say?
Internet probably.
Okay, Honey,
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
In the midst of deforestation, there is a crisis we face. Millions of trees lost, leaving a barren space. Yes. But amidst the devastation, there is hope to be found by planting some sacred trees on the hallowed ground.
So how did this meditation reach the UK?
Everybody plant a tree now. Absorb carbon dioxide. Everybody plant a tree now. Delivers oxygen. Everybody plant a tree now. We all need it. Everybody plant a tree now. No. In the symphony of nature where melodies play, every tree planted short, keep it correct. We just spin and a jump, let's celebrate. In the groove of planting is never too late. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. Monkey carrot to make up and more. Mother Nature's gift coming straight from the floor. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. No. Everybody plant a tree now. In a world of green, where the rhythm's alive, seed in the soil, let's take a dive. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. In the story's told with a pearl and a swirl. let's join the spree. Please plant the tree and set it free. From the roots so deep to the branches so high. Dance with the trees and let's reach for the sky. Some hug with the trees, some yellow trees, some green pine.
So there you go, a little bit of the wonderful work that you've been doing. And that was the first tree that was planted to start and kickstart the whole fundraising campaign. Is that right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we are really, we are really honored. Hani has been leading this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you so well. I have a lovely team to work with, and also when you have inspiring people working with, people who really want to support the environment, it's really fun because every single one has the same vision to make this happen. So I think it's great. Of course, we're now moving on to a wonderful my next guest. Please do stay around, dear Paras, if you can, yes, for a short while, and we're just going to find out a little bit more about what Abasid is doing with the Rotary in Action group here. So we move. Oh, hello, Abasid. A global namaste to you. Agbasanwa, is that right? Is that how I would say it?
Yeah.
Let me actually just do a quick little introduction to Abasid. Abasid actually is a wonderful, dedicated educator with a postgraduate certificate in education, and she's also the district community and vocational chair for Rotary in London. And Abasid, alongside Sarah Bikwas, who's a youth district chair, and myself, the environment district chair, we are working together on various initiatives to inspire and educate the next generation about environmental stewardship. So through the Saving Our Planet book educational program, the Rotary in London Committee, and especially Abasid, who's one of the leaders there, are encouraging Rotary clubs to collaborate with schools to increase environmental literacy. And this program empowers young minds with knowledge and practical ideas to care about our planet, whilst also fostering a kind of a deeper connection to nature. So I would like to welcome Abasid Agbasanwa as she shares about the impactful work that Rotary is doing, especially to make a lasting difference in the communities. So welcome, dear Abasid.
Thank you so much, Hani, for inviting me this evening. And also, I will say we're working together to move environmental and community services forward in Rotary Club. I'm actually a very passionate educationist, and I try my best to make sure that we catch the children from a very young age. And that is what we're trying to do with our project. I'm actually an author as well, but it has to do on a book on parenting, and it's just to catch the children from a very young age. Rotary, which I'm part of, and which I'm very keen to tell you a little bit about it this evening. It's a global service organization, and Rotary engages in lots of different activities, and our activities is mainly to improve community locally and globally. So the first one that I'll just quickly talk about because of time is we promote peace all over the world. And how do we do that? We have Rotary funds peace centers, and they also train peace leaders who actually look into conflict resolution. And in February, we had a big peace conference in London here, which was very successful. And we had lots of people all over the world. And it's all that we can do to make sure that there is peace all over the world. And some of the Rotary clubs are working with Ukraine. They're working in the Far East just to make sure that there is peace in the world. That's number one. Number two, we're good at fighting disease. I'll say that because of our Polio Plus program. And if you really listen to news every time, you will see that Rotary Club is actually in partnership with lots of other organizations trying to eradicate polio worldwide. And we're doing that very well. And also about 3 weeks ago, I attended a conference about how Rotary can partner with Malaria UK to reduce malaria all over the world as well. We do a lot of awareness about lots of different diseases like HIV. Also on the 14th of November, we actually had an awareness about diabetics in Newham, which is our local community, just to make sure that, because in our community is we have a lot of people with type 2. So we actually raised awareness there as well. And also at the moment, the London, sorry?
So you're also working a lot on the environmental projects, aren't you, at this moment in
Yeah,
time?
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Honey, I'm getting there gradually.
Yeah,
and also we're working on one of the things that Rotary is doing as well is we're providing clean water for all everywhere. We're supporting education, which is where I'm going to come to, in combination with how we're protecting the environment. So that's why I said that, honey, take it easy. I'm getting there, right? So we're supporting education, and at the same time, we're protecting environment. So in our support for environment, we're working with ICPN to go around in schools with this book, Let's Save Our Planet, which is what we're working on at the moment. And one of the things that we're doing with this book is we take the book to schools. Schools will get a copy and they will either use it as a curriculum for the school or use it during their assemblies. And also, we have started in Newham working with a school where we have handed over one of the books to them. And what they're doing is we're planning assemblies to go in, talk about how to save the planet with the children, younger children, like in the early years. Then we'll go on to children in Key Stage 1. Then we'll go on to children in Key Stage 2. And Sarah, the youth committee chair, she's looking at children in colleges, and we're looking at universities as well. And one of the things that we intend doing with them as well is to plant a tree in different schools. So this particular school that we're working with in East London, they are planning to have a memory tree in their school so that when the year sixes are leaving, they're leaving a message there and which they can always go back to. Also, we're going to encourage schools to have a garden in their schools. We're looking at elderly homes as well, because I'm speaking to 2 elderly homes, that they can have a garden. And at the end, we're going to have like a competition, which is going to really encourage people to be part of what we're doing. So that is how Rotary is supporting education and supporting and trying to protect environment as well. So, honey.
I think it's doing an amazing job, Abasid. I just wanted to say I'm so proud because since I joined Rotary, I met such wonderful people who really want to serve the communities, who all give their time for free as volunteers, who are mostly all professionals with professional backgrounds like yourself in the world of education, but want to just give back to the community. So it's so wonderful to work with like-minded people like you. And I'm sure this whole year that we're going to be working on this educational program, we're looking to launch and distribute at least a minimum of 1,000 books in 1,000 schools in London, UK, and globally. And every single person that Nelly spoke about with the International Children's Peace Assembly, every child will be going back to their country with one of these books to work with their schools and to work with their local Rotary clubs. So Abbasid, please do stay behind. I've got this wonderful, I actually wanted to say a big thank you to you as well, because you invited Wang to to perform at one of your events, which was the East London Heroes Awards, right? So you already realized that you wanted to support this good cause that's happening right now. And I just want to say a very big thank you. Later on, when we get a chance at the end, we're going to show a little bit of that video with some of the photos of that event. So stay around. I'm going to move on to our wonderful Mr. Balaji, who's going to be speaking a little bit more about the Commonwealth Peace Park that we're working on. That was Abbasid. Hello and a global namaste, Balaji.
Global namaste to everybody. Thank you for inviting me, Honey, to this fantastic afternoon.
I hope you've been enjoying it so far. Let me do a quick little introduction to Mr. Balaji. And he's the founder of the Bala Foundation, an organization dedicated to making a positive impact in communities. And one of their exciting initiatives is the creation of the Commonwealth Peace Park, which is going to be developed in collaboration with ourselves, with International Children's Peace Network and Rotary. So together, we're hoping to create quite a lot of these different Commonwealth Peace Parks. And we'll find out a little bit more about what Balaji has to say just now. But the project actually aims to engage youth and visitors, offering them a unique opportunity to connect with nature whilst learning about the Commonwealth's diverse cultures in an inspiring and interactive way. So we'll find out a bit more right now in a minute. So the park will serve as a place for peace, education, community get-together, and the environment as well. And at the same time, create a legacy, which will, I believe, inspire generations to come. So I'd like to welcome Balaji. Thank you very much. Please share a little bit more about this remarkable initiative that you're working on, the Commonwealth Peace Park. Tell us a little bit about that and how we're going to be working together to raise funds through this song, with a fundraising song, to put this together.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for that lovely introduction, Aniji. So how this started was when Her Majesty passed away, Queen Elizabeth II. And I was wondering how or what I should do on a personal level to create a memorial for her. And I thought deep and hard, how can we honor this amazing person? So I looked into her life and I realized that one of the most important things to her was the Commonwealth. So I thought, okay, Commonwealth is a big subject. And I thought to myself, if we can put the whole of the Commonwealth in one place, create an environment where we are representing every country in the Commonwealth in one singular place, that would be a really great tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. So to that end, so that's what inspired me to think of this project.
Ah, very nice. And we started working with you on planting trees already through the SEVA International event that you organized with the Mayor of Redbridge. And that was really good fun as well, because we were starting to educate everybody that we're going to be working on this project. We were telling people to donate £1 so we could start fundraising. And part of the funds that we raised from this fundraising project will be going towards setting up this Commonwealth Peace Walk. And I understand that as we have this Commonwealth Peace Walk, Balaji, we have special plaques that are going to be put trees, and each one representing one country.
Yes.
And with these plaques, you last time shared with me that you have a QR code. So when young people or community members are going for walks, they can literally just click on that and it takes them to that particular country, whichever country it's representing that tree and that QR code. And it tells them all. So I believe that's such an amazing idea, because you have combined environmental legacy with, of course, education, with encouraging people to start getting connected to nature as well. And you're also honoring the royal family, through the work that you're doing. Amazing. So what are the plans then? What other plans are you looking to do before we move on to Doris, dear Balaji?
So basically, you mentioned the tree we planted with the mayor. So this is something we have been doing for the last 10 years. So every year on Seva Day, which is sometime around October time, whoever the mayor is of Redbridge, we invite them to South Park, one of our local parks, and we plant a tree. There's the poster there that we had last time. And of course, this year we were very honored to have Twang Twang and yourself there. And Twang Twang did the song, and it was fabulous. It was very enjoyable. And of course, it gave a lot of exposure to this very, very worthy cause. And it's all it is the QR code on the thing, and you can download the song for £1, and you've done your bit. So we'd highly encourage everybody to just do that. Coming back to this.
Yes.
So coming back
tell
to
us a little bit about the. I'm going to show a few little clips of the mayor of Redbridge that you organised, so that people get an understanding of the planting thing. But tell us a bit about the Commonwealth you just mentioned before we move on to Doris.
Sure. So coming back to the Commonwealth Peace Park. So I wrote a book, a 500-page book on the Commonwealth, basically dedicating 10 pages per country, and there are 56 countries. So it's not. So it's, and each of those. And that book is part of the project. And what we will do is we will take 56 mature trees in a park, and each tree will represent one country. And in front of that tree will be a plaque. And on that plaque, there will be information about the country, the population, the food people eat, when you joined the Commonwealth. Just basic information, about 10 or 12 points, bullet points will be on the plaque.
Yes.
But there will also be a QR code on top of the plaque. So if you put your camera on it, that will take you straight to the book. And then it'll take you to the relevant country in that book. And you can flick through the book and learn a lot more about the country,
That's going to be amazing. Yeah. And this Commonwealth Peace Park that you're just talking about just now, we are looking to launch it in April next year. Is that right? So that if we get from all the wonderful viewers out there and we raise enough funds, then this is the actual wonderful. I've got something on the screen at the moment to give you an idea of the actual Commonwealth Peace Park. It's a great legacy, a community pride as well. 56 trees that you mentioned will be adopted with a plaque, which is going to represent every single Commonwealth country. And you mentioned there's going to be interactive learning through QR codes leading to online educational content, which is your book content. And this aim is to, of course, enhance local green spaces and encourage schools and the youth to enjoy the nature walks. And what a fantastic way to get young minds involved in a great, and the communities involved. And we are looking to maybe repeat that Commonwealth Peace Park in various different parts of the world later on. Is that right?
Absolutely. So the project is now ready. The book is ready. The QR codes are ready. All we need is space, and we can repeat this anywhere. We're already talking to a few countries. We're talking to Goa. We're talking to Delhi. We're talking to Tanzania. We talked to Epping, I believe.
Fantastic.
And of course, the Rotary is very much on board. And so we can repeat this anywhere in the world. And it's ready to go.
Very excited to work with you for this, Balaji. What a great idea. And we're looking forward to raising funds collectively so that these are the kinds of environmental initiatives we're going to be funding through the tree song. So Twang Twang's playing a very big part on here, supporting us. And if we can do our part to share the links with all our friends and families, then the minimum would be £1. They can donate whatever they want. Corporate companies can give whatever they would like, but this can help us raise £1 million that we're looking to raise for all the about 7-8 different projects that we're working on. So thank you, Balaji. Please stay around. We're going to move on to Doris, and we'll be back again to show a little bit of your videos of the wonderful Mayor of Redbridge event that we did. Hello, and a global namaste to Doris. Hello, Doris.
Global namaste to you, honey. Thank you.
Of course, Nikos Okundaye, who is a lovely friend. She's doing an amazing job. We've got Neil on screen as well. Neil, did you want to share anything before I introduce Doris?
Yes, honey, we'll introduce Doris in a moment. Just like to apologize to Andrew. Andrew, we are going to be with you shortly with Sharon, and we'll be flying to USA just in about 10 minutes. So stay around there, and we want to know. And we've got Hitendra Rana from Carolina, North Carolina, who has been there in the Creston. So, honey, let's go ahead with Doris, and then we're flying to USA. Over to you, honey.
No problem. Thank you so much. Let's move on to Doris, our wonderful Doris. Let me give you a quick little background about her. Doris is a founder of True Ambassadors charity, a vibrant and dynamic organization driven by a powerful mission which turns adversity into empowerment. And True Ambassadors focuses on inspiring and uplifting communities, especially the youth, by providing opportunities for growth, education, and social impact. So I just wanted to say, Doris has been making a real significant impact in the local communities. With one of the workshops that she organized was to raise awareness to do with environmental issues. And she introduced and she invited Twang Twang and myself for the workshop, and ended up doing a fantastic, bringing a lot of lovely people together with the community members that you brought together. So Doris, I just wanted to first of all say thank you very much for coming and joining us here on Healing Our Earth. I know you have a varied background, but tell us a little bit about this environmental workshop that you've been working on to support our communities to get more educated and get connected to protecting the planet. Tell us a little bit about that.
Good evening, Oni. Thank you so much for inviting me. And the project we're working on is health and well-being, bringing the elderly together every Tuesday at the community center to participate in different activities. So the health one was one of the unique one and a dynamic one that they really enjoyed. Why we invite Oni and Twine Twine. So residents, they really enjoyed it. There were a lot of flowers for them to plant. Oni did a presentation, and Twine Twine did this song. It was so lovely, and everybody was really flowing with it, because one of our mission is to support the environment, and we are passionate about it. So we grabbed the opportunity to ensure that our residents and our they participate on it, and they really enjoyed it. It was a lovely day that day, and we really look forward to it, and we want to encourage everyone to participate because it's good to be part of the environment. And as an independent charity, it is one of our mission to ensure that the environment is safe and we go green.
Yeah, we got, and what I loved is in the activities that we did, we got people to plant little flowers, and we got them dirty, getting the soil in and getting them planting pots and getting them connected to nature to support, and of course gave them a presentation. Then Twang Twang sang the song, then we performed the dancing. So I just wanted to show a quick little video, a little of what we did at this wonderful True Ambassadors program. Maybe I'm going to just share this for you. I'm going to forward it.
You got everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
Give life to live. One more verse. Dark is the red, what you expect. You do not give what you want to get. Dark.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant.
So thank you so much, Mani Kalaria and Twang Twang.
Thank you.
What did you think?
Everybody plant the trees now.
I just wanted to say thank you very much to these gorgeous ladies. They were so much fun, and I just.
No. Everybody plant a tree now. No. Everybody plant.
There you go.
That was a lovely one, and it was a lovely day getting them involved, being them sewing their hands and all. So it was an amazing.
Yeah, I just want to say, Doris, you're doing amazing work, and we would love to support you. And I just wanted to finish off by saying Doris loved the work so much that she even came on board as one of our sponsors and sponsored one of our pop-up banners. So I just wanted to say thank you to true ambassadors, because this is what we need. We need people, community members, and various people to come together to support each other, just like Healing Our Earth is now coming on board to support us with this fundraising campaign and to educate many more people around the world. Doris, thank you so much for joining us here. I believe we're going to be moving on to our next guest, and I'd like to invite Sharon to come on board. And she has a few other guests who she's going to be inviting along. Oh, and I have my lovely Hitanji. Hello, Hitan Ranaji, all the way from America. I feel lonely. I'm here in London, UK, and you guys are having fun in America together.
Global namaste.
A global namaste, Sharon. Global namaste, and global namaste, Andrew. And we have Neilji. Neilji, did you have a few things to say just now?
Sharon, global namaste to you. How wonderful for Hitendra to fly all the way to Denver and drive up to Creston from North Carolina on his way for his onward journey to California. So Sharon, isn't it wonderful that you've started meeting some healing souls? You met Rohini, you met Danada, and now from the Soul Saksan and Samarpran Hitendra Rana, who actually, Hani, was the one who originally introduced to our panel. And it's also so wonderful to have Andrew here. I mean, Andrew is not just a filmmaker and a photographer, but he's also an inventor. So Andrew is going to really tell us more about his views on going green and environment and how he is captured. So Sharon, a global namaste to you, and Hitendra, so wonderful to see you smiling. I loved when you landed yesterday and you showed me the mountains, and it's so beautiful. So over to you guys, Sharon and Hitendra.
Well, I'll start with the fact that
I'm going to pass the platform on to you now, dear Sharon. All yours.
Okay. Honey, I miss you.
I miss you too, my dear Sharon. Looking forward to catching up, maybe after Healing Our Earth program. So enjoy the program, and I'm listening. I'm all ears now.
And Sharon, you missed earlier while Honey was here, and Twang Twang, who is the actual person who sung the song that Plant a Tree Now, which is something we want to roll out in America as well. So Honey will be in touch with you. maybe at some point we can, all our American contacts can even roll the video out, which will be showing after your session with Andrew. We're going to show it again before we go to France. So wonderful, Sharon, Hitendra, lovely to see you. And Andrew, bring your wisdom. Sharon, can we introduce Andrew? And before we introduce, how surprised were you to see Hitendra?
I was thrilled, actually. I wasn't surprised, but I was thrilled. And we're going to have a really good day. We're going to go and meet Hana. We're going to go to the ashram, and we're going to the Shumei Japanese Shinto Center, which really has deep respect for the earth.
And we are excited. We are excited to know where you will be going, because presently where you are is, I think, only 10:45 in the morning where you are. So Hitendra, you've got a full day there. You're going to meet. You love Hannah. You will love, maybe if she takes you to Ramloti or wherever she takes you, it's going to be a thrilling, a mini Sunday for you over there. And we are so excited. So it's lovely to see you. And Hitendra, of course, you love the vibes from the moment you landed into Denver, because you just picked the car up and then you showed me the journey, what was happening on the way. So we were enjoying as well. So Sharon, thank you for having Hitendra down there. Over to you, Sharon.
So let me tell you about my dear friend, Andrew, who we've just started working together on some big, interesting projects. And as they unfold, I will keep you updated. So Andrew Cameron Bailey is a filmmaker, photographer, inventor, author, designer, builder, and entrepreneur. You see why we get along. We're very, very cross-discipline and Renaissance people. He's a visionary thinker in the realms of climate restoration and the evolutionary potential of humanity. He has degrees in literature, anthropology, mathematics, chemistry, and chemical engineering, and has lectured in mathematics and chemistry at the college level. He is the founder of Sacred Earth Enterprises, a company which is developing economically viable climate solutions. He is co-author of the nonfiction book, The Trust Frequency, 10 Assumptions for a New Paradigm, author of the historical mystery novel, The Mayflower Revelations, and director of the films In Search of the Future, What Do the Wise Ones Know, and Seeds of Freedom, A Vision for America. It's wonderful, wonderful, Andrew. It's nice to see you again, and it's wonderful to have you with us. And this is our dear friend Hitendra, who...
Hello, good to meet you.
I hope you meet him one day. You would really enjoy each other.
Yes. Please, let's do that. We're not that far away. We're about maybe 5 hours, 6-hour drive. Sharon, would you say?
That's not bad.
Yeah,
That's
he's
not bad.
I already drove 4 hours yesterday.
Yeah, no, but when the time is right. Sharon, please give mine and Connie's best to Hannah. I've known of Hannah for at least 40 years. My best friend from Kenya, the mother was Hannah and Maurice's best friend. They were best friends back in a very, very long time ago. So there's a deep long-term connection there that you may not know about.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. I wanted to point out my background. I have many, many backgrounds, and this one is a painting, an oil painting from Paris that shows the air quality in Paris a very long time ago. Look at that sunset. Look at the smoke, look at the smog, look at the fog, look at what happens when you burn all that coal. So I picked this one, and I've got a lot of others that could actually demonstrate both my inventions and my visions for climate restoration is a subject, is a term that I use for this mission of ours, climate restoration. You could look that up. And I already put my website link into the chat. And I see there's no activity in the chat, but I'd love it if everybody would just grab that from the chat and have a look at your leisure in your own time. I realize we're just coming up on the ending of COP29 in an oil-producing country headed up by major executives in the oil industry who are quite honestly, the culprits in this situation climate-wise that we find ourselves in. So I'm going to be, Sharon, how much time would you like me to take here?
Neil?
Neil?
Are you there?
Oh, it's fine. 25 minutes, 30 minutes. We just want your wisdom.
Okay, fantastic. I'll expand it from the 5-minute quick one where I speak really fast at 78 speed, you know? So fantastic.
And
Enough.
I think here is your website, which is so beautiful.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
And so that, Andrew, you know that this is a private Zoom room. Actually, our audience are on the YouTube, Facebook, and on the website.
Okay.
Where they are watching. But I thought they would see that because I love what you showed about the Paris. I mean, that's quite serious. You captured that even the bright sun couldn't penetrate into that much smoke. So it must have been so much. So your website is quite useful, and it's got so many pictures there. And
the company is Sacred Earth, and we have many projects, none of which have manifested yet, none of which we have raised funding for. There's our team back in 2021, and we have not had a lot of activity since the advent of COVID. There, you see that picture, that is a building that IA designed. That is called the Enviroplex, and it captures carbon. It filters carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and it is also a greenhouse, and it's also simply a building that can be used for any purpose whatsoever. So it's the heart of a community center. I've actually designed a replicable, that means you can mass produce it, you can 3D print the components and put a 10-acre, 4-hectare eco-village together in about a week from the components. And there is something called the carbon capture module. And right through the wall over there is a model. I've only, you see those 16 little circular fan units? There's one of them right through the wall over there. I had intended to, I was going to go there and bring a flask with some white powder in it. And that white powder used to be carbon in the atmosphere. And it is now captured carbon in a beaker, in a chemical beaker. There's a cross-section of the Enviroplex. As you can see, it's a greenhouse. And it can also be used for livestock. It can be placed in urban situations, even on top of flat-roofed buildings. It can be placed in suburban situations as a community center. It can house probably up to about 100 people, or it could contain educational facilities or whatever we care to use it for. Here is part of our team in, thanks, this is wonderful that you're able to do this. I didn't know how to do it, and there it is. Here, there are 2 of our beautiful team members. This is in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's a fantastic greenhouse situation at a very advanced college. The Santa Fe Community College has this extraordinary facility. Yep. You'll have to go on the website to read the small print. There's another view of the Enviroplex, so you can see the various levels. That can literally be configured as anything we like. Personally, I want to have a very nice New York style loft.
And Andrew, since you planned this quite at least few years back, it has actually come to fruition because solar panels are so much in demand. At Mount Abu, the Brahma Kumaris have started these kind of projects. These are so useful that what thought of as a concept for future is now. The future is actually arrived. And we need to see.
Yeah.
It's amazing. What I love is that the website is very simple. For those who want to know about the website, it's very simple. circularcity.us. Very simple. circularcity.us. And you can go and surf there, and Andrew's contact and email is there as well.
And do you see that picture with the rainbow?
Yes.
That is where I am right now.
And which state is that?
It's in Colorado. That's where I live. Sharon was here. What was that, 3 weeks ago, Sharon?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and this wonderful double rainbow came and took that photograph, and I've used that here. But that is literally where I am right now. That scene, there's a lake. You can see the lake. That lake is maybe, half a mile. We're on 450 acres.
It's beautiful. Andrew, Sharon also mentioned, and I mentioned that you are a photographer. Well, that's your proof. because some of the captures you've done are amazing, the way you've captured them.
Thank you.
Just brilliant. Yes, we want to know more about it. So your website is quite useful for councils and organizations as well, because it is not just talking about ideas. I think it is demonstrating how the ideas can come into fruition, how it can come. There, another beautiful picture in your backdrop. You've captured.
Look at that. Now look, here is our beautiful Mama Gaia. Look at that beautiful planet. It's all muddy and cracked and destroyed.
Yes.
That's where we could be heading. And I have a collection of such pictures. And I have some really, really beautiful pictures of, but here is the spirit. This is Mother Earth, the spirit of Mother Earth. Do you see her?
Yes.
Here she is, Mama Gaia. And as they say in America, she has got my back. She is here, she's supporting me. I'm on planet Earth, and she's actually supporting every living creature on this beautiful planet of ours. And
is this illustration by you, Andrew? Is this yours, your concept?
It is. I did it with AI, I must confess, but yes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think we might be able to use it for Glow Women, because we've got an offshoot of Healing Our Earth where women are together. I can see the woman actually glowing as the concept is going. It could be something very useful, Mike, Andrew.
Oh, thank you. Now here is my hometown, looking good these days. In the immediate future, if we don't wake up, that could be New York City. It could be somewhere. By the way, it says that I am in the USA, and this is true. But actually, I was born in England, and I grew up in South Africa. So I'm actually very multicultural, English colonial, found myself in this country, met a girl from South Africa here, had 5 beautiful kids, and then we parted company, and now I'm married to a good friend of Sharon's named Connie Baxter Marlowe, whose ancestors came over on the Mayflower. And this is Thanksgiving. For those of you not in America, Thanksgiving is a celebration of the very beginnings of this country, at least in New England, when the Mayflower ship arrived in Massachusetts. What is today called Massachusetts?
Andrew, you are at least tri-continental, and maybe if you capture Asia, then you will be maybe the complete global impresario.
I just came back from Australia, so there's another one.
Yes, so there's the 5th one. Yes, that's beautiful.
So look, so when I'm talking about these various things, this, for example, it's called the Bailey Synergy Tower, and it's actually if you are in America, I'm sure in other countries, but as you travel around rural America, you see these towers that are water towers, that they pump water up into, they create pressure, and then the taps, the faucets that are feeding the local homes and facilities are pressurized by that. This is one of those, turned into an energy generator, a battery for storing electricity, as well as a water tower, and the dome at the bottom can be, again, used for any purpose whatsoever. And the entire thing is wrapped in solar panels, so it is photovoltaic as well. I put my name on it for a good reason, because if somebody would like to have their name on it, all they have to do is purchase it for a good price so we can actually build these things. And it could be the Musk Tower. I don't care what it's called. As long as you don't call it the Trump Tower, that name is already taken, I believe.
How about Vivek?
Yeah. So there are the positive side of things. And here is, I think I can go to, yeah. So this is where I am as well right now. So this is this beautiful place in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, Sunrise Ranch in Colorado.
Wow, it's beautiful. Andrew, stay around. Sharon, I'm going to bring you back on the screen here. And I would like you to do one thing, Sharon. If you could tap into Amrita and ask Amrita to introduce Andrew to Aneta at Mount Abu for the Brahma Kumaris, because they are into serious big projects. I think Andrew should be talking with Olo, Sonia, and Caroline, who were in Baku just about 2 hours back. They came live in this episode. So they were reporting live from Azerbaijan. And because the biggest solar panel project of India is actually owned by Brahma Kumaris, these alternative ideas, particularly the water tower, and also the plants and everything. So just tell Amrita that I've requested this. Let Andrew start talking to them, and because there is Brahma Kumari in Washington in a big way, all over America anyway, it could be some ideas where they can work together.
That is wonderful.
Fantastic. Well, that's what we're all about, isn't it?
Yes.
Sharon, if I may say something, and that will be the last big thing that I do want to mention, another invention. I did not invent it. I did not invent it. The idea came from two Chinese researchers, one at Harvard and one at Stanford. And when I put the two ideas, these two research projects together into a new phenomenon, it became a let me back up one step. What is the climate problem? Can anybody tell me? What is the actual problem?
Oh, if you ask us here, we were discussing the main problem has to do with us as human beings, and the fact that I've always said that we need to work on our own emotional climate, our energetic climate, all of us. And once that is resolved, and Hitendra, I'm sure, has really deep words of wisdom about this.
Okay.
And we'll be in a place of centered, grounded clarity, so that
Sharon, I'm with you. Sharon, darling, I'm with you 100%, but I'm speaking from the science and engineering standpoint. There is a problem on planet Earth that is a manifestation of the lack of what you're talking about. I hear you. It is our lack of vision, our lack of intelligence, Homo sapiens, right? How sapient are we? But the question is, my question is very simply, because people don't actually come back with what I regard as the correct answer. What is the problem with regard to climate? Why are we having these COP all the way up to 29 now? Why? What's the problem?
Overconsumption.
Global warming is the main thing right now. Everybody is thinking.
Say that again.
Global warming.
That's it. That is the answer. 2 words. Global warming is the problem. Now, what do we have to do to counteract global warming? That is the big question. You see, people get involved in all sorts of things. Oh, it's CO2. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's people driving the wrong vehicle. And it's and on, right? The problem, the root problem, is the fact that the planet is warming up, and it is triggering radical changes already in our beautiful planet, to the point where we're probably well past, there are 9 tipping points that have been identified. We're past every one of them at this moment in time. It's terrifying. It has something to do with carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but that is a cause. It is not the problem. It is the cause of the problem, or one of the causes of the problem. So one of the things we have to do is, what's the opposite of global warming? It is global cooling. And I have not changed subjects. The subject was brahmacharyas and solar panels. What do solar panels do for the planet, for the problem, for global warming or global cooling? What do solar panels do? Do we know? What color are they? They tend to be a dark blue, almost black. Yes. Dark colors absorb heat. They contribute to global warming by capturing infrared. When you have a solar farm, there's a phenomenon called a heat island, where it is perhaps 5 degrees, I think 5 degrees Fahrenheit, hotter there than it is in the surrounding desert. It's 100 degrees out in the surrounding desert. It's 105 there. Why? Because of the solar panels. Now, here's a what if, and this is the invention I'm talking about, Sharon, and I don't think you know about this.
No.
It came out of the electrical engineering department at Stanford, Chinese researcher. It's a clip-on panel that simply mass-produced. They cost about 85 cents each to manufacture at scale. They clip onto standard-sized solar panels. They just go clip, clip, clip. They don't have to plug in. They don't use any energy. They're absolutely passive. But what they contain is nanophotonic. Think about that word, nanophotonic. In other words, photonic has to do with light. Nanos at a very, very small scale. They contain little tiny pyramids at the nanoscale that are precisely the, what's the correct word for it? They're tuned to, or calibrated to, the incoming infrared, the heat that is coming into the planet. We want the light. We want to convert it to electricity so a solar panel can work, but we don't want a solar panel to be heating up the planet. So what do? We take this panel, which is actually an infrared mirror, and we turn the incoming infrared around 180 degrees, zip it straight back out into space where it's harmless. It is a multi-billion-dollar business idea, and it converts every existing solar panel, and every future solar panel can be built in. So this is a business idea that's quite remarkable, that's sitting there. I've got various copyright or whatever you call it, intellectual property things in place, and I've got a domain name for the website. But that is something where, for example, with the Brahmacharya, extraordinarily beautiful people who I love and I thank, and I'm so grateful for what they do, we together could take every solar panel on the earth and cool the planet. It is the most essential one, because removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere is incredibly expensive. I literally captured, in a 24-hour test of my machine in the next room here, 35 grams of carbon. 35 grams. What would it take to turn that into a ton or a kiloton or a gigaton? That's 1 billion tons from 35 grams. And I did the basic arithmetic, and it's many, many, many millions, if not billions of dollars. It works. And then once you got the carbon out of the atmosphere, it's a resource, and you can do all sorts of things with it. So it's a precious, we've got 1 trillion tons of carbon in the atmosphere. Think of like a miner, go into the atmosphere, pull out the carbon, you can do carbon fiber manufacturing of new cities and spaceships and cars and trains and planes and whatever you want, right? So it's a precious resource. But the effect on global warming will be very, very slow to kick in. It would take 40, 50, 60 years to see a measurable difference. It's too late for that. We must do it, but it's too late. And even before that is the pumping up of fossil fuel pollution into the atmosphere, which we're doing at an ever accelerated rate. The single biggest culprit there is the military, the combined militaries of the planet. What is happening right now, just take one place, Gaza or Ukraine or wherever, or just the ships that are speeding around the planet, pumping out all this stuff. We have to stop that. We have to turn that one around. We actually have to dismantle let's put it, I was going to say we have to dismantle the military-industrial complex.
Oh, yes.
Actually, what we have to do is wake up, and from the inside, the military-industrial complex has to dismantle itself and repurpose itself, because this thing of being divided into 200 countries, all with armies and navies and air forces and all of this stuff, taking about anywhere between 50 and 90% of the gross national product of each country, is very profitable for a very small group of people, very rich people. But it's utterly, utterly harmful to the people of those countries. So the solar panel conversion is a very interesting idea that I'm 100% sure will work very well. And it's actual active cooling. It's amazing. You take a 4-foot by 8-foot sheet. What is that? Actually, it's been measured. It's by the square meter. A square meter of this reflector will reflect a certain amount of heat back into space. And it's extraordinary how much. So if every solar panel, and you just start with the ones on your house, you start with the ones in your community, in your neighborhood. And the minute you do that, instead of gathering heat, you're rejecting heat and sending it back to space. There's an idea.
Well, what you're speaking Hannah's language.
Yeah, really? Oh, good.
She's been on the show talking about the Earth Restoration Corps that
Yeah,
she put together years ago.
I know, yeah. And we call it climate restoration, but it's the same thing.
Yeah. Have you read about, they have just, see, I'm feeling hopeful because of Kennedy and the group that's coming in, and they just brought in this man, James Salatin. He's a farmer that is really into soil restoration, and now he's coming in to help.
Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, because all I hear is drill, baby, drill.
No, there's a whole other influence that's coming in now.
Okay. May it succeed. May it succeed.
I'm hopeful because the more I hear they want to be very aware of and assist alternative health, which has been a real issue.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm very aware of that. Yeah.
There's
I'm
all
also very aware of
you have to
soil.
trust the science, but Ayurveda is how old?
Yeah.
Traditional Chinese medicine is how old?
Yeah.
And they've really had, I know in India, there was a lot during COVID. There were a lot of natural Ayurvedic and with some other things that really helped the people who were ill. So there's a whole world and there's a whole history of solutions for these problems. And it's time that Western science really start to give those solutions and those thoughts deep respect.
Yeah. So the way we set up our business idea, Sharon, is that it's not going to happen if it's not profitable. We're not going to be able to do it from nonprofits, even if we had extraordinarily wealthy people donating. That could be very helpful to get started. But if the entire venture can actually be financially successful, wherever it comes into the communities, wherever it lands, these eco-villages that I'm talking about, do that. They literally reflect heat into space and capture electricity and power the local community. So if you live 5 miles away from one of these eco-villages, you might be getting your power from the sun via the eco-village. It's all doable, and as long as it's profitable, it can happen and will happen. If it's not, that's challenging. So how do you design it so that it's very profitable for the investors? And how do you get the investors to be patient enough not to expect 10 times in a year? It's not that kind of thing, but it's long-term intelligent planning that stabilizes communities, gives us food security, and there's just so many factors to it.
So Sharon, Andrew,
yes,
Sharon, stay down for a few minutes. And we want to continue talking with Andrew and Sharon. We want to make sure that Andrew is introduced to the right people, so maybe they can discuss projects, because there could be a possibility, because there is a community organization. Let's take about 10 minutes, just slightly off, and we visit from USA to France, where our smiling Stefan is waiting here. Stefan was from COP28, so he wants to say what happened from COP28 to COP29, and it's wonderful. And we are going to listen to the Plant a Tree, Plant a Tree Now song, because Twang is here as well. So honey, let's go to Stefan, because he was there last year in this episode for COP28 and to COP29. Bonsoir Stéphane, comment ça va?
Bonsoir, Global Namaste. Hello to everyone. Thanks for having us here today.
Bonsoir, as you said, right, dear Stefan?
Perfect, honey. Perfect, honey. I love the song, by the way. It's great, just great.
We'll play the song. We'll play the song from 10 minutes from now, Stefan, after we get some wisdom from you. And then I want you to say hello to Andrew as well, because 3-4 ideas that he was coming on to is kind of thing what might be for future, but it's there now. So we can see how we can build our community and exchange ideas with each other. Over to you, Honey and Stefan, for our next 10 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, Global Namaste, Stefan. It's a wonderful pleasure to see you again. And of course, see the wonderful work that you continuously do. I just want to do a quick little introduction, just in case people have not seen you before. So I just wanted to say Stefan Savares is from France. He's a co-founder, president, and a board member of Saving Our Planet. He's a distinguished research engineer and an independent science advisor who's been working closely with the industry, research institutions and governments since 2016. So he's been around for a while. And Stephen has also played a real pivotal role in climate change discussions, where he focuses on climate science and global warming mitigation. So today I wanted to invite Stefan to join us so we can discuss how the COP29 went, because I remember that we were part of the COP28 interview series where you were live in Dubai, giving us all the latest news about what was going on in COP28. So today, my question to you, first of all, is welcome. And second thing is, tell us, how did the COP29 go? Any developments from COP28? Any improvements? Are we moving in the right direction? Please.
Surprisingly, yes. Thank you very much for the introduction, Honey. Surprisingly, yes. There has been some very heated debates yesterday, and this COP has been one of the longest COPs ever. The talks are still going on, and actually the COP30 Brazilian presidency has taken over today. And what's happening is that there was an agreement last night, or early this morning actually, to confirm two things. First, Article 6, and then the global commitment for climate investment of about $300 billion, which is an update of the $100 billion per year investment commitment made at COP29 9 years ago. Some say it's not such a great deal because it's only with the inflation, that's only a 50% increase in the commitment. Even though it's going from 100 to 300 billion, you could think it's tripling, but in fact it's only a 50% increase after inflation. So it's going in the right direction because the commitments are increasing, but it's clearly not enough. The global need for climate finance was evaluated last year to over 1.2 trillion, so $1,200 billion per year, and we are now only at 300. Nevertheless, it's a nice increase. It means the commitment is taken seriously, and there is a conversation going on today on how this ambition must be raised until COP30, which will be the decisive COP in Belém next year in Brazil. So that's for the finance and the compensation plan. What is missing, and so the first problem is that it's coming very late, 9 years. I mean, 10 years ago, or 9 years ago, IPCC said that we had only 10 years to save the climate, so there is very little time, and it looks like it's taking about 10 years to make the right decision. So that's really too slow, not enough. And what is missing is also a clear commitment to protect forests, because forests are one of the best carbon sinks, natural carbon sinks, of course, over the planet. And we must always remember that natural carbon sinks are larger, and they're huge. They're much larger than anything we can build, and protecting them should be easier than restoring what has been destroyed or creating artificial carbon sinks. And the fact that the international negotiations are stalling on this point is really a bad sign. And clearly, I agree with you that it's showing that we lack global commitment and harmony and really spiritual depth, because it should be. You would think that after 9 years of international negotiations, this key point should have been addressed, and it hasn't. So we need to fight it for another year and hopefully reach an agreement in Belém next year, which will be the perfect location because it's right at the border of the Amazon, and which is the largest forest on Earth. And we'll hopefully reach a commitment with this priority, which is protecting forests. Protecting forests and then forest regeneration, which we are doing through all our tree planting activities. The song is great. Congratulations, Honey and Tuan Tuang for this. And all the small projects and small pilots that we've been trying, a few million trees here, a few million trees there. This is just preparing the future, paving the way for a future where, in harmony, the entire world is protecting its forests and growing new ones.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's great, Stefan. And also, of course, for people who may not know much about the COP29, I understand that the COP29 stands for Conference of the Parties. And it's an international treaty that's been signed, and I believe it was first signed in 1992 between 154 countries around the world.
There are actually, right now, there are 198 parties, 197 countries plus the European Union.
Yeah.
And then you have all what we call the IGOs, the international governmental organizations, and the NGOs are not parties. They are just observers, and they are the non-governmental organizations. But everybody participates to the COP. The COP usually has two parts: the green zone, which is the civil society zone, and the blue zone, which is the official UN administered zone, where the negotiations occur.
Yes, it's huge, isn't it? I mean, I saw last time I was seeing it live, and it's amazing of the organization that goes behind planning and all the rest of it. But there was one question I had in mind, is I know that these treaties are signed, but it's mainly to find out how to combat, of course, the harmful effects of the climate, but it's also to monitor and see how we're progressing. Who actually does that? I mean, someone needs to be who is within the groups, because everybody's all getting together to do this. But who is actually the ones, like the final people, checking and monitoring things are happening?
Yes. So what is not known is that there is a pre-COP every year in June in Bonn at the headquarters of UNFCCC, which is the UN, which is now named UN Climate Change, which is simpler. And what UN Climate Change does is not only organizing the COP, but also a lot of other conferences, including this June climate meeting, which is the meeting of experts with two what they call subsidiary bodies. So the SBI and the SBSTA, which are basically the social and the technical expert conferences. These people and these organizations monitor and prepare the facts that are used for the political negotiations occurring at the COPs.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, this is really good, because it's really important to know that there is a lot that goes behind the scenes. It's not just 28 and the COP29 that's been.
So I should give an example. For instance, this COP29, which has some kind of agreement, but it's not a definitive agreement. It has to be reworked until the next COP. It means that the actual hard facts and negotiations will occur at the next SBI-SBSTA meeting in June 2025 in Bonn.
Oh, right. So I understand that the UN's COP29 Climate Summit, the one that's in Baku right now, Azerbaijan, their focus was meant to be climate finance and raising funds on how to support all of this. Is that right? And also supporting developing countries who are affected by the climate crisis. Is that what actually was the focus this time round?
Yeah, exactly, honey. The Article 6, what we call Article 6, is this article in the Paris Agreement that deals with how all the countries in the world are going to go together and help the countries which suffer the most from climate change but are not responsible for it, and also the emerging countries which need to develop and should be. If there was no climate change, they would have developed thanks to the fossil fuels. But now, since we want to keep them from doing this, and they voluntarily say, okay, we don't want to do the same mistakes that were done in the past, so the developed countries need to help us develop as fast as we can, but without fossil fuels, which involves technology transfer, extra funding because it's more expensive, and education and so on.
Yeah. So there's lots is happening in the background, a lot to be done. But I love the one thing I just wanted to finish off with mentioning is the forest. They did talk about how to protect the forest rather than replanting trees, because sometimes I find that these trees have been there for 1,000 years, 500 years, 300 years, and then they give enough, like they can be useful to clean the carbon. But if you have something just for a year, 2 years, 3 years, I don't think it's doing the kind of work that these 100 years
It's impossible to replace.
Trees are doing.
Exactly, it's impossible to replace a centuries-old tree, because this tree is not only a great carbon sink, it's also the home of hundreds or thousands of species and individuals and animals and plants. And it also does a terrific job of cleaning the water and regenerating fresh water and soil. If you cut this tree and replace it with younger trees, it's going to take centuries to go back to the same state. So you've actually destroyed something for centuries and created a gap in the ecosystem. If you do that by carefully choosing which trees you cut, which is a responsible way of using forests, it's okay. But if you cut all the big trees in an area, then basically you have destroyed the forest, the habitat of all those of this wildlife and so on.
So much wildlife and biodiversity. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
So
thank you for sharing
this
that.
should be obvious, but apparently it hasn't been fully recognized, even though that was at the heart of the conversation last week, which is a good thing always.
Yes, no, fantastic. Thank you. That was a really good update, all in summarized form. Thank you. Very useful for the people who really are interested to find out more about the COP29 side and, of course, how talks are developing. We have Neil Kumar again on screen. May I invite you, Neilji, to share any of your comments with what you've heard so far?
Thank you, Hani. It's always nice to have Stefan. He also connects us to Uganda, and he's obviously friend with David Appleby and other people as well. Stefan, I would like you to say hello to Andrew in Colorado in United States of America.
Hi, Andrew.
His website, if you actually tap into it, circularcity.us, I think it has got some exciting ideas. So, honey, if you could make a note, if you connect with Amrita, who is our lead admin, who is also connected with Stefan on the WhatsApp and Telegram as well. And if we can connect Andrew, Stefan,
definitely,
and Brahma Kumari. So Sharon, you'll have to get involved in that as well, because Brahma Kumari are one of the biggest leads in the world. They are official part of the COP as well from the spiritual angle, and there are more than 140 countries. It'd be nice if we get a private conference going. Honey, you can lead that with Amrita.
No problem.
Yes. Very much into environment. And Andrew has some ideas that are not necessarily just his invention, but he has conceptualized and visualized some ideas where he might be also connected with people. There, look, he has got so much material that he can share. All this, Andrew, is going to be very useful, Andrew. And we need to have a conference where we can expand our ideas, and we can be the private COP, and maybe we can guide them how to move forward in a positive manner. So Sharon, you can form a group with Honey and tap into Amrita. She will know what to do. And Honey, you can lead that way. And we've got so many other people in our just healing our earth who are into environment. And let's get a meaningful thing going where we can even put an exclusive episode at the healing, unite people, because I think some of the projects can be good for community at large, but maybe also for country to adopt through their local borough and the councils, because they're always in a lookout for ideas. So it'll be so beautiful. And at this point, before we go to Andrew, yes, you are holding some sort of, is it calcium? What are you holding?
I'm holding carbon.
Carbon? Hi, you're holding carbon, yes.
That was previously in the atmosphere. It is now in this flask. That is atmospheric CO2 captured using our carbon capture module in 24 hours. So in 24 hours, one of our units captures 35 grams in 24 hours. Just do the arithmetic and see how crazy and ridiculous and expensive and huge an operation to do that would be, and how long it would take to have an effect, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah.
And people have no idea.
It actually works.
And people have no idea how serious this is, Andrew. Just look at Delhi, the capital of India at the moment.
Really?
It is completely disastrous there. in the state capital. And
Yep.
first we were in China, which was disastrous. We moved to India, and pretty soon it's going to move to Europe as well. If we don't take it serious, this can be catastrophic. And I think we need to wake up now. Honey, let's take a pause here. Let's play our song for Plant a Tree because Twang is here as well.
I would like to, Nilji, I would like to ask everyone who is on the Zoom at the moment, I think they should get involved a little bit with the Everybody Plant a Tree now. What do you think, Nilji?
Yes, that's why we want to play. That's why we want to play the song first.
Yes.
Because it'll be fun, and Twang is here as well. So maybe he can, after it finishes, he can start humming as well. Because I love it the way he says. Basically, he says, don't mess about with Twang. Plant a tree now. You know, and I think it will be a good idea. So let's play the song. If you just play it at your end just for a moment, so it buffers, then we will play it with sound. Then Andrew and Stefan, you've said hello to each other. So you will be connected via either Telegram or WhatsApp group or an email group where even maybe I can make a comment. And let's get a private offline conference going because post-COP, we need to learn few things, but we've also got ideas. So shortly, we just play this reel now. Sunny, don't forget to share the sound as well.
I have, yes, hopefully you're all going to be seeing this. So we present to you Twang Twang. Hope you enjoy it with Everybody Plant a Tree now.
Okay, honey, it's just a blank screen. So stop the screen share, let it play at your end for a while so that it's buffered. So it'll be beautiful and it'll be very nice. And Andrew, coming back to circularcity.us, which is not just graphically showing things, I love the idea that, like you say, even in small towers, you know, on top of the building, you can have an eco-friendly plant. And was there any calculation done about the costing of the same, Andrew?
The costing of, I'm sorry, the costing of what?
Of some of your projects, particularly in some large building that on the rooftop, it can roll them out. So can a consumer afford it, or does it have to be a government or a council or an organization?
Let me tell you, and you will understand, it's actually the economics of scale. The first one will be very expensive, just the same way the first Tesla motor car was very expensive to set up, to get your manufacturing together, because these, they're basically the heart of an eco-village. And so there's a lot of 3D printing infrastructure to be created, for example. So the first one would probably cost, if you took that Enviroplex, it would cost probably $5 to $10 million. And then the second one would probably cost about $1 million. And then the 100th one would cost about, $100,000. It will not cost, but the beginning, it does require some startup capital to ramp it up and get it going. But the beautiful thing is you can do an installation in one location and then move 10 miles and do another installation that's basically identical. So it creates, they'll all have their own flavor and their own community and so on, but they'll basically be the same physical installation so that we can mass produce that. That's the idea. And it does, when I did the math, I entered Elon Musk's $100 million climate capture project. And this was built my prototype. It captured 35 grams of carbon. And to get to the first goal, which was a kiloton, which is 1,000 tons, I would have needed about $5 million. And I did it out of my back pocket, and I don't have much money in my back pocket. So it was, and I was able to both build it and run it. I'm a chemical engineer by training, and I can build anything. Give me a budget, and we can do it.
So Andrew, from what you are saying, it's not astronomical, even at a consumer level. So those who are owning high-rise buildings now, which is in every metropolitan city, starting from $1 million onwards, is actually just peanuts when you compare on that level. But even at a consumer level, which can be less than $1 million, which can be a smaller version, as you say, once it comes economies of scale, once it goes on going. So it's definitely worth pursuing the ideas and maybe collect more data And I think this is what we want to exchange ideas with. And whole platform at Healing Our Earth is we connect people from different parts, like-minded people, so they can explore the ideas. And some comes to fruition, some just comes to hi, hello, nothing wrong in it. Honey, are we ready? Is it buffered at your end?
Absolutely.
Let's go for it. Let's plant the tree.
Let's see if we can share this. Enjoy, everyone.
And Twang, get ready to, there we are, there's Twang. He's live on Zoom with us.
Everybody plant a tree now.
In the midst of deforestation, there is a cry. Trees lost, leaving a barren space. Yes. But amidst the devastation, there is hope to be found by planting some sacred trees in the Allah.
Everybody plant a tree now.
Absorbs carbon dioxide.
Everybody plant a tree now.
Delivers oxygen.
Everybody plant a tree now.
We all need.
Everybody plant a tree now. Now. Every tree planted show keep it correct. Just spin and a jump, let's celebrate. In the groove of planting is never too late. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. In the middles of happiness, stories told. Pumpkin, carrot, tomato, ackee and more. Mother Nature's gift coming straight from the floor. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. No. Everybody plant a tree now.
In a world of green, where the rhythm's alive, seed in the soil, let's take a dive. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. In the meadows of happiness, the stories told. With a pearl and a swirl, let's join the spree. Please plant a tree and set it free. From the roots so deep to the branches so high. Dance with the trees and let's reach for the sky. Some backward trees, some yellowwood trees, and some walnut trees. From the seeds to the leaves, birds and bees lives in ease. Twang and honey spreading loving seeds. From the farms, you're planting of trees while life goes on. With a planter and embalm, me a planter and arbor. Something kushu, planter un albiro. Make it a decree, create a legacy. Every tree planted is a grand story. From the root rounded to the leaf that spin. Dance with the trees that the party begin. Underneath that star where the rhythm's alive. Dance with the trees, they make us survive.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. No. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
Let's celebrate. Participate. Let's make it right. Let's all unite. Come join the team. And build a dream. Plant trees at home. Between the stones.
The tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. No. Everybody plant a tree now.
So beautiful. You can see, honey, while you were watching the screen, Andrew was in the rhythm, and over there, Twang was ready for it. So, honey, this is the exercise you will do. If you could send the digital version to Nishit,
yes,
he will just upload the song properly buffered in the YouTube, and then let's make it viral. And to all our colleagues, wherever you are listening, whichever country you are, we'll send you the song list. Just make it viral. Honey, at the end, do put the scan QR code as well, and so that people know where they can visit. So it'd be very useful for us. And it's so nice that I think that's the way to entice maybe the children. And if the children can encourage their parents and grandparents, let's plant a lot of trees. So trees help consume carbon dioxide. Otherwise, we'll have to go Andrew way to create plants, which are artificial trees. If we can bring natural trees, we will have a natural remedy, but we need to have not 1 million, we need to not have 1 billion. We have destroyed more than several trillion trees. So we still need Andrew's concept, and we need the concept of the trees. And twang twang, how did you feel? You saw yourself dancing on there with your spade. You can unmute yourself. Say hello to everybody, twang twang.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm Twing, and I'm so enthused to know that this song is taking it to the world and the acknowledgement for this song. Thanks, Oni. You're a star.
You're my double star. You're a superstar, my dear Twang Twang. I just wanted to say that if our family that we have on Healing Our Earth can this could be one little initiative that we could all make, and paying £1 and just educating others about the environment is the best thing we can do right now. If you're not doing anything else, this could be the minimal thing that you could all do. And I'm sure with Healing Our Earth, the family members we have, we can reach this 1 million very quickly as a team, as a family.
So not if we can, let us do it. Basically, let's get the ball rolling, because Twang Twang has already had the dream what he's going to do when the millionth is announced. He has got the new move and new steps ready for it. He's going to rap another song for it as well. And it will be a very good idea that we can encourage ideas like this, not just in UK, but not just in Europe. Let's go all over. And Hitendra, while you are there, you love singing because you are from Salt Saxon. You are very good at mantras and chanting. What did you think of Twang Twang saying, hey, don't mess about with me, plant a tree now?
All I can say is, everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. No excuse.
So there you are, Twang Twang. You've got Hitendra actually going at it, and he's from a Salt Saxon, basically spiritual impresario, although he sings Bollywood as well. And it's so nice. And today he is visiting Sharon, our coordinator there in Colorado. And Hitendra comes from North Carolina. And on his way to Thanksgiving, I think, to California, he said, I'm going to stop over at Denver, pick up a car, go off the mountain ride, and it's there. Maybe, Hitendra, while we've got you here, shall we for a minute or just do some chanting? Because I think it's a good time.
Could we meet whilst he's doing some chanting here, Hitendraji? Would you be able to sing this little line one more time with Twang Twang? And can I get everyone here just to do?
Okay, why not? That is the best thing we can do together. It's a chorus.
Yes, can we get Twang Twang and you to sing it?
Yeah.
So Hitendra,
1, 2, 3.
Hitendra, what you do, everybody plant a tree now, but you do it with chanting, and then in the chanting, bring it, everybody plant a tree now, okay?
Okay.
No,
when they say everybody, your thumbs are gonna go everybody. We're gonna press down the seeds, plant and then we're gonna grow a big tree. So we're gonna say everybody plant a tree now. Okay. So here we go. Let's try it. So let's have fun. Twang Twang, Hitendraji, go and sing, and we're all gonna join you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Everybody plant a tree now, 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 now. Everybody plant a tree now.
Everybody plant a tree now. Now, 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 now. This is beautiful. This is beautiful.
I just want to say, to leave Andrew, he mentioned about the funding. I may have a couple of people who are funding environmental projects. So maybe we can talk about this separate. So maybe I can introduce you to 1 or 2 people who are involved in this area and have the funds as well. So
wonderful. Can I quickly say something?
Yes, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so I'm planning to be in England in late January and early February, and then in South Africa on a little trip for, I'm making a film called In Search of the Future. And I'm coming to England for that. I have to raise some funds for that. We raised some funds, and then our bank account got hacked, and it all got stolen. And now we just had a GoFundMe, and all our community of friends came through and gave us some money back. So I think we can do this. So if you're in London or South Africa, those are two places on our schedule, and then back here in probably April or May.
I'm sure we will be there. We'll support you all the way, dear Andrew.
Okay.
Come here, you'll be our guest for the UK. Anything you need, we'll be here as our little Healing Our Earth family. So
wonderful.
Yes, we will.
I have a beloved uncle in Malvern. Does anyone here know Cyril Hilsom? He's known as the Einstein of England. He's 96 years old. One of my reasons is to see him before it's too late.
oh, it's lovely. That's lovely. Well, I just want to say, well done. Will you even come here? Welcome. And I just also, whilst I'm here, want to say a big thank you to, of course, Twang, to Nelly Stepanova from Bulgaria, who's joined us from the International Children's Peace Network, talking about peace and environment. I also want to say a very big thank you to Abbasid as well. I can't say the second one. I'm going to say Abbasid. But Abbasid is brilliant because she's doing a lot of good work in Rotary, and she's brought Rotary on board for this project as well to work with us as a team. So I'm very proud to have her. Thank you very much to Doris as well from True Ambassadors. Connect to the communities, literally, like right at the right at the grassroots level. So I just wanted to say you're very I love working with you. So please keep opening up these wonderful doors, and we'll continue working. The rest of my guests who came today with Paras and Balaji, the Commonwealth Peace Park and the Peace Gardens, we are very, very supportive of those projects. So we will be there to support that. So anything to do with environment, we're on board. And anything to do with family, like a Healing Our Earth family coming together, uniting together to do good work, we will be there first on the line. So thank you so much. Thank you, Nilji.
Thank you, honey. Well done.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone, as well, on behalf of Healing Our Earth. You are all wonderful souls. We love you. Remember, Healing Our Earth is even your platform. It is our platform. It is there for all of us to share. If you've got any ideas, any concept you want to bring, go back to your host, whoever has introduced you to the song people is Honey. So just go back to her and she will explore ideas, and Healing Our Earth is there to actually communicate with different people on the earth, spread love, unity, liberty. It doesn't matter which caste you are, which creed you are, which nationality you are, which country you come from, which gender you are. Healing Our Earth is for all of us. So it's so beautiful. Let's just go around the screen for 30-second closing message, and then we will end up with a nice universal mantra. Stefan, your 30-second message on this, the COP post-29. Unmute yourself and your message.
So there is only 1 year to save the climate. This means the right decision must be made this year. And the best decision we can make is to plant a tree now and plant millions of trees over the next year.
And Stefan, we've got a lot of people from Mauritius tapped into us in our social media. Would you like to say thank you to them in French, please?
Merci de votre participation et on compte sur vous.
Thank you, Stefan. Merci beaucoup. And Andrew, how do you feel at Healing Our Earth? This is your first appearance. What do you feel like now that you have appeared on Healing Our Earth? What vibes do you feel?
I just have to say this is very special, very beautiful. I'm very encouraged. Sharon, thank you so much. It is far too late, but it's also never too late. We have all the time in the universe. Time is an illusion. So, however, it is time to wake up, and a few of us are in fact awake, and those of us who are awake can actually get to work. And we need to find each other and get to work. That's it. And there's some
Thank
very
you.
good ideas out there that, if manifested, will make a difference and at least give encouragement to communities to come together around a vision.
Thank you. So Andrew's message is very simple. Although it might be late, it's not too late now. Just get on with it. Don't make it too late and then regret. So just get on with it now is what Andrew says. And you want to know more about Andrew? Very simple. circularcity.us. You can tap into his projects and ideas and you will love it, what happens down there. Let's go to Ebosede over there. Ebosede, how do you feel at healing and what message, 30-second message, would you like to give?
Thank you for the opportunity. My 30-second minute message is we need to encourage our children. We need to encourage parents. We need to make sure that even in that community, we get people together. And as Rotary Club, we are pushing forward that will continue to make sure that all Rotary Club in London gets involved in planting trees in London. And we will make sure that each Rotary Club works with a school to educate the children and encourage the children to plant a tree or have a garden in their school. So parents, children, that's what we're all about.
Absolutely beautiful. Garden are something that is wonderful. Children, if you are listening, encourage your parents, encourage your grandparents, encourage your school as well. And if you want to know more and you need Rotary's help, then contact Honey or Ebosede over here. Rotary are somebody that they're our partners, so we promote their episodes. We've got so many ambassadors from organ donation to environment to school. So yes, Ebosede, let's go through to children, because if we can educate them now and they can start loving the environment now, maybe we can stop the rot. So that's beautiful. Doris, you are there also doing wonderful work, and you also sponsored the pull-up, as Honey said. We are so proud of you. So Doris, what message would you like to give?
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for having me today on this wonderful program. My little message is planting a tree is everyone's responsibility, so we should take it upon ourselves and pass the message around to turn the world green. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris. So Doris' message is simple. Don't leave it for others. Take it and make it your own responsibility, because if you can do it, then others will do it. Thank you, Doris. And Nelly Stefanova, what message would you like to give?
Hello, everybody. London 2025 is calling. Whether you are a parent, an educator, a policymaker, or simply someone who believes in the peace, the Assembly needs you. Together, we can build a world where every child can grow up free from violence and every voice, no matter how small, will be heard. Let's make history. Let's give children the platform they deserve and the tools they need to shape a peaceful, greener tomorrow. Follow us on our website. Dr. Galeria has given you where you could register at our website, icpeacenetwork.org, to stay informed about event updates, participation details, and how you can contribute to the global movement for peace and love for our Mother Earth.
How beautiful. Love for Mother Earth. And Nelly is very serious. She is saying, hey, London is calling you. So somewhere maybe in April or May, Honey will actually distribute some information on that. We are going to show a pre-episode on Healing Our Earth specifically for that, because it will be not just educational for the children that will be traveling from different countries, visiting here London, and they will have a lot of outreaches. I think Honey 7 or 8 days outreach, which is being planned at a very reasonable cost. So Nelly, we are very proud of you. Don't give it up till you get the children on the right track for our Mother Earth. We are very proud of you. Let's go to Twang Twang. Twang Twang, you are ready. You know, hey, plant a tree right now. So I love that idea. How do you feel at Healing Our Earth, Twang Twang?
Oh, thanks for having me once again. And I can say it's a pleasure to be here. And my feelings about this whole thing is so strong at the moment. I'm happy that only takes this thing into consideration with my song and try to put it to the world. We are actually true lovers of Mother Nature. And if the people support this one by scanning the barcode, I got a couple more songs because I write songs out of the blue that people don't really write about. I have one for the NHS, the people who are not feeling so well. I have one for the knife crime, but we just have to do them one at a time. So, one at a time, with the contribution of the people who actually acknowledge that the work that we're doing is severe and it have to be done by someone. We can't be selfish because someone did the work for us early on while we could come and achieve. So we have to do it for Mother Earth and for who to come and for ourselves too. So that's my message.
Thank you, Twang Twang. What a lovely message. Even he loves Mother Earth. And Twang Twang, it wasn't just your song, it was the fact that you also put your energy and aura into the song, and that made it very special. So we are very proud of you. And for those who are listening on social media, when you rewind the video, you will see the scan code over there. You can do that or just visit the website. We'll be bringing this again and again because planting a tree is everybody's dream, and we will share more information with you. So Twang Twang, we are very proud of you. Let's go to United States, back to our Sharon, our senior host, and a very prolific one at that. She has been there ever since that outset of pandemic. Sharon, you and Hitendra are over there. Maybe we get Hitendra into chanting again just because he's very good at mantra chanting. Maybe Hitendra, over the next minute or two, if you can just chant your favorite mantra, and then we take a message from Sharon, and then Honey can officially close. Just before we close, I love you all. We love you all. You are all wonderful souls. Together, we can make a little difference. Let's heal the earth slowly. Hitendra, over to you. Maybe just some nice chanting and then a beautiful message from Sharon. So Hitendra, over to you.
We'll put her first and then I will close with the chant.
Go ahead.
You know, the talk about planting a tree takes me back actually to my childhood. I grew up in a Jewish family, and we were always, the children were always out raising money, plant a tree in Israel. And we did pretty well. So we need a program like that in all the schools, all over the world, along with, I have to mention Bill Douglas's Global Transformation Project to bring mind-body practices throughout the world. And so if we could bring that, as I said, we want to work on the emotional body with the actual physical act of planting a tree and raising money and bringing children into the understanding, like my grandnephew who's been on the show, Finn, the understanding of how the power of plants and the power of trees and how to take care of them and nurture them while nurturing oneself, it would be wonderful.
Sharon, you mentioned your grandchild. Well, he was in the show at Healing Our Earth on the Kiddies and Teens episode, and how wonderful he did. And he actually took us into his garden and he described how he loves the plants and how he talks to them together with Amrita's son in Punjab. Both of them gelled so well. So, honey, once we put the song in the YouTube, we might have 2 children ambassadors who can maybe take it to school and show it around, and then maybe we can flourish it. Because going through children is how, you know, how Abosede said, and Doris even said that it's up to us to do that. And Nelly wants to actually bring children out each year into London. What beautiful then Sharon's grandchild and Amrita's son, who are both also very good speakers. So Sharon, keep Honey in the loop with them. Let's introduce, because that's what we love at Healing Our Earth. We grow together, not just us who are here, but the children who are the future for us. So Sharon, I love that point.
Yeah. Eco champions. We have our eco champions, our eco ambassadors.
Yes.
I would like to add that even if
Hitendra, if you come closer so we can catch your sound, yes.
Can you hear me?
Now a bit better, yes. Come a bit closer so we can get better sound and bring us into that mantra zone with your beautiful soul suction ideas.
Yes. So first thing I want to say is I love gardening because of my mother. She taught me gardening and planting all the flowers and vegetables and stuff like that. So this year only I started doing the vegetable garden. I planted the rose garden in the previous years. But what I want to say for our upcoming young generation, many people complain that we don't have house or open land where I can plant a tree. You don't have to worry about that. I want you as a human being to think that we are growing with time, whether we make an effort or not. The same way, if we plant a tree, it will grow by the grace of nature with the sunlight. And if you plant some water, give some water to the plant, it will do that. So if you don't have big house, if you don't have land outside, learn to cultivate your love for the plants the way I learned from my mother. Okay, buy a small plant, keep it in a pot, and learn to water it. You learn to communicate with that plant, you learn to make friendship with that plant, and you will feel some positive energy coming from that plant as a friend, as a god itself. Okay, so that is the power of love, that is the power of planting, and that is the power of nature. If you can join the organizations like Rotary Club and any other non-profit or profit organization who wants to do this, you should certainly go and help them as a volunteer, where you will get the satisfaction that I planted the tree. And many organizations do that they welcome the volunteers and they go and plant the trees in different locations, not just in the known location in the city, but outside the city also. We can certainly do that. In our Hindu culture, we have the Shanti mantra. In the Shanti path, apart from having the peace in the Bhu, Bhuva, and Swaha, which is the on the earth, what we are planning to do. In the Bhuva is the external world in the astral plane, as well as in yourself. You want to have peace. But along with that, we say that there should be peace to the plants. There should be peace to the medicinal plants that can become the aushadhi, or that can cure the diseases for the people. So I would like to end today's session with the Shanti part. If you have any other messages to share that, and then I will sing the Shanti part. Honey, Nilkumar.
Okay, sure. So you're going to be singing the Om Dio Shanti?
Om Dio Shanti, yeah.
Okay, no problems. That's lovely. So let me just share my little final message to everybody. For those of you who have who are interested to get involved and want to support some of our programs, I just wanted to quickly share one of the information pieces for you. Here is the song launch that we've just done. Everybody Plant a Tree. It's a reggae rap dance track. It's icpeacenetwork.org that you would go and visit. Or you can, of course, just take a quick little snap of the QR code and order the song. It's very, very easy for you to actually order, because if you wanted to, for example, I believe there is one here, if I could show you. The fundraising song. Hopefully you can see the fundraising tree song here. This is the International Children's Peace Network. You will find it under the events, where it says events, and it will say fundraising tree song, it'll say. And if you go down, here's the video you'll be able to see, and all you need to do is just click here as a donation. These are all our people who are coming on board. Healing Our Earth will be added here very shortly, because Healing Our Earth is also one of our partners who's coming on board to support this program. So that's one thing. And final thing I just wanted to share for those of you who are interested in the International Children's Peace Assembly, which is going to be taking place 5th and 13th of April. You can contact International Children's Peace Network again, as you can see the website at the bottom. You can register your interest, and very shortly, within the next 2 weeks, the registrations will be open in December. So I think that if you wanted to send your children from 12 to 17-year-old, this is a perfect place for you to send your children for cultural exchange. And we have on Healing Our Earth people from all over the world, Middle East, Africa, India, Brazil, America, everywhere. So if you wanted to send a child from your country, they could represent your country in the best way possible. So thank you very much to all of the people here. Wanted to finish off with saying a global namaste from Hani Kalaria here. Thank you for being such a great sport to all my special guests who joined here today, gave us their time, their knowledge. And of course, Hitendraji, I'm going to pass on the final few words for you to say and to finish off, please. A global namaste from Hani Kalaria.
Global namaste to all our viewers, and let us make this world as one family.
If you can come near the computer, your sound output is low.
Yes.
Or either increase your microphone.
It's not a problem.
Microphone sound, if you just put it up.
Is it okay now?
It's a bit better. Just come nearer, that's it.
Okay. So I will chant the mantra for the Shanti part. Om Yo Shanti Antarikshagvam Shanti Prithvi Shanti Apah Shanti Aushadayah Shanti Vanaspatayah Shanti Vishwe Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I want to see a plant or tree started by you, planted by you. Now. Thank you.